minutes here into the bell. The data, PCE, but mainly the GDP, even some of Trump's comments related to Powell, that was there. And right now, it's just coming out right now as I'm starting this, China's sovereign fund cuts private assets amid trade war risk. So we have a lot to deal with, but this is probably your biggest decline after 6 days in a row and potentially one of the biggest rallies. But remember, this is the end of the month today. So we will see where it leads us and how it plays out. But you got a minute and a half until the bell. I'm going to be watching gold, TLT, SQQ, GE, GEHC, Albemarle, AM, TROX, GKOS, TNDM, Hood, WFM, WH, and Starbucks. Where did I get those names? From the watch list yesterday. So I'm going to be looking at the ones that are higher up on that positioning list, and we're going to go through that and see. And like I told you, if you watch yesterday's watch list, there is stuff that you could compare already from the earnings this morning. So we'll see where it plays out. But, Chad, you got 50 seconds. You either get ready for the bell or you post to play. What do you got, baby? Let's go. Oh, wait, I don't think I need to go to the bathroom. I think I was already ready to go. Oh, yeah. SPY puts, TQQ, good morning, buy the dip. China's sovereign assets, consumer staples are off to a big lead right now. SoFi flying, Starbucks puts, Starbucks to the long term. May 14th, HLC, MSTR. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA, again, SMCI, that had their little update pre-announcement, caused some things. But, yeah, staples are already off to a very big start. But I do want to look at Starbucks. We will see how that plays out, my friends. But, yeah, get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. So, yeah, Verizon and AT&T just ran at the bell right there. And then, like I'm telling you, staples are holding up for now. Oh, geez. Okay, some of those premiums, they hate you. And we're off. Yeah, bro. They already fucking front ran me again. Dude, that's crazy. So we will say Hood call. Oh, yeah, Hood has earnings, and that one's high up on that list from last night. So watch out for that. Myrna on the high, ULY. Starbucks is down 11 now. So I don't think those even hit, though, bro. Let's see. Yeah, at the money puts, they did not work. They might come back up. I'm going to look for another one, but I am looking at staples to start off. Watch Amazon, too. There's some weird moves. Yeah, and then staples are doing very good, but right now there's a lot of a liquidity with them. And then Pfizer, I've had that one up there. They're good. Actually, I don't know. Starbucks at 76. Is that why you guys kept saying long-term? I do. It is what? This is like the 3-year low? Holy shit. So, yeah, that'll be one to watch there. I think I'm going to wait a little bit. I did not get to see the ports. UPS. Again, NASDAQ is down 2.2 right now, you guys. So this is already a pretty wicked open if you are not aware. Tesla down 5. And then literally, bro, just value plays. Those are the ones holding up right now. Again, staples are in the green if you guys are not aware of that. Staples can still flip red, so I wouldn't feel too safe. We've seen that a couple times, but for now, the staples are off to it. So very fascinating. All right, not bad. Super Micro down 20 after the little earnings miss. BAH on the high again. Verizon and AT&T. I'm trying to find a staple play. I can't. Like, they're all the spreads. We had one yesterday, and that play is up. It said it was up 100%, but it's just a stupid spread. Celsius pop. Nike got downgraded. Dell is on the high. Are they red? Yeah, they're still down 6. Again, SMCI clapped a lot of the shares. You got Boeing on the high, still down 1.8. Nike down 4. Again, back down to 55. Like I told you, they have They got a downgrade by Goldman or JP this morning. Let's see. Yeah, NVO is up. Interesting. I mean, again, there was all that news. Oh, sorry, that's the chat. SAP on the high. Yeah, Eli Lilly climbing. All right, not bad. Crypto clapped. I mean, it kind of makes sense. So last time in 2022, when we had like a 6-day rally of this percentage, that's the one we're on now. It's the biggest rally since. Not to mention some other fun facts, but you do, like, we should chill out. But again, the data today, the GDP, it's again, that's your first negative print in a couple of years. So we talked about it yesterday on the watch list, man. You know, it will require a level of maturity out of you in the sense that, you know, you can't really be too politically biased in it. I know that may sound weird to some of you coming from me, but the whole point is there's like good and bad of this 100 days. There's one way to look at it in one way, and then in another way you could view it. You could view one way as, you know, radical change and ambition, and the other one could show instability and overreach. So I think putting that all together, we are in a very interesting moment, and yeah, this is still just the beginning. Netflix already recovered. I like the Pepsis. I like Pepsi for the long term, man. That one's fire. That's a good way to start. And then, I don't think, are you the same Tyler? Are you the same $1 million a week Tyler? No, other Tyler. But but yeah, I was gonna say, don't you be throwing $1 million into Pepsi right now. You got to get a fucking crib. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're gonna do for you first. But I have an email for that guy. I forgot to send it. I didn't finish it. I was giving him some tax tips because that's the first thing you should really look into once you start making that much money. Grab 3 Pepsi. Good work. I like it. That's a good place to start. MSTR is only down 1.5, bro. I'm here. Yeah, I'm going to get back to you, bro. I got back to the first one, but I was typing it up, and then, yeah, shit. Long day. But good. I'm glad to see you here. But think real estate. You shop. Wing was one of those on the list. So Wing has mad positioning on that. So watch out. But like that one, that's what I noticed on the list. So go, if you watched yesterday's watch list, that list that I gave you, look at the positioning and look at what was priced in. Because there was a couple of them that had heavy extreme positioning, and all it did was just move what was priced in. Wing is one of them. So just keep in mind, it's still very difficult. We haven't gotten like a clear-cut answer yet. Again, and we talked about this for you guys that are here now. You know, this has been a very odd earnings season in the sense that in the last like 20 years, this is a very, very underperforming mediocre earnings in the sense that, did Wing just pop? No, I have it on another chart. Gold moving up right now. But yeah, the earnings, like, so you beat, you're even moving below average, even if you miss. That's the funny part. You actually don't really see this too often. Because usually what happens, they don't reward the beats, and then they punish the losers, right? You've probably seen that over the last couple of years. But even this time around, bro, even if you do bad, you're not getting punished. It's like random. So some of them will, some of them won't. I think Tesla is the best example. So it's a very, very fascinating one. But even per some of the data, you haven't really had earnings like this in almost like 10, 20 years. So I thought that was fun. But start working on that because, like I'm saying, you had info from yesterday. You could go and start comparing the early ones right now in the morning. For Star, I don't really have a price target. I like it. I do like it, but I think I wanted it in the 60s last time. I think that's why, because remember I was here. I remember Daniel Garcia, my friend in Chicago who flips homes and saves money and builds his long term. He's a good guy. He bought it. I remember him, and I was like, ooh, and then the next day it was up like 30%. But I remember I was waiting for like 60. So I don't really have a target. I'm telling you, man, I would look at your portfolio. If you guys need a name like Starbucks, you need a consumer stock value, depending on what cash you have or whatever, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like you got Starbucks. There's also Pepsi and a few others, but this might work for some. You know, let me put it this way. Do you know what Starbucks reminds me of? So random, actually. And then watch out. We're going lower here. Hold on. Oh! Sorry, you guys. But do you see it? Man, I told you we gonna fucking test this level, damn it. I can't believe it. We're already there, bro. That was it. That was the price. Whirlpool down 3. That's weird. They already reported. But that one's on the list too. That one's like deep value. But again, I told you I'm kind of worried about that one. Not in the sense of like their health, but they might cut dividend. So based on the last earnings, there's still 3-4 quarters in a row of these little profit issues. And that expense ratio is wicked. No, Whirlpool does not remind me of Walgreens. No. Or Starbucks doesn't remind me of Walgreens. No. I'm talking like price action, pricing, positioning. Starbucks kind of reminds me of NVO. So do you guys remember when I bought NVO the first time? We bought it at like $80. And then SPY's still going lower. I actually don't even have a headline yet too. But you guys remember, it was at like $80. It was like right around here. It had the big drop. It starts hitting one of these like multi-year levels at like 80-ish, right? We were in like $80. You see? Multi-year level coming back. And I bought it. I bought a little bit. And I said, hey, very simple. I like it. But this thing I told you, it could go down to 60. Yeah, even Humana. Exactly. That's another one. So I think Starbucks might be a little easier than Humana because Humana was wicked. But at the end of the day, it is like, that's how I kind of feel about Starbucks right now. I like it. I don't have a problem with it. And I think this is a fair price going back in time, but it could definitely go lower. This stock could go to 60, 50, maybe even 40, to be honest with you. I mean, I've seen it in my whole life. I've seen it a lot lower. So, but I like it. So if you have a positioning savings and you're willing to hold it for 10 years and work your way through it, it could be a great pickup. But you got to kind of have a plan with it and be ready. Like the peach is always ready. Oh, man. Hard. Go, baby. Peach station. Speak of the peach. You know, people say speak of the devil. It's speak of the peach. Speaking of the peach, where's Boeing? SPY moving, Starbucks going up, low ticker picking up. Again, we're down 2.5. You moved about 0.4 on the NASDAQ here to start out. But, yeah, it's a pretty bad day. Russell is second in terms of worst. And Bradley Frizzle is the man, if you didn't know that. But now you do know. Now you can't say you don't know. I try to tell him. Glock's got his keys. He got the crib. Oh, I didn't see that. I was ranting, and then Peach. Yesterday, I signed after closing disclosure papers. I am officially a homeowner. Wow, how does it feel? How does it feel? It's a fun feeling, very humbling. You have your own roof now. And then you're like, where the fuck did all my money go? And then you're like, what do you mean I need to buy a hose at Home Depot? That's so stupid. What do you mean I gotta buy this shit? What do you mean appliances? This is fucking weird. That's how it's so. But congratulations. SPY going lower. Man, what the fuck you mean, bills? That's the worst part about buying a home. That's the second worst part. Or the second part that comes is like everything's all fun. And then that. But yeah, get ready. 5449. I'm flabbergasted, Chad. Again, this is the level. WM. That was on one of those stream alerts this morning. I didn't make a trade on it. This was on the stocks to watch. Keep an eye on them. They're one of those on the list. TRGP. But yeah, man, that level, we hit it. Bro, we opened up this week, and I was like, bro, this level, I was like, we're going to test it eventually. And then we got away from it very well. And then, nope. Right back down. So this is key. I think you'll like dance around it, but like I've told you guys in the last couple months, I think in the last 2 years, anytime you've been at this level, you fucking dump. There's no this is a very, very hard one right here. So let's see how that plays out. But like I'm saying, today's day number 3. You hold up, you do good, and then just literally out of nowhere, it's gone. So watch out, UVXY. I don't know if you guys recall some of those other days, but if you really think this is going to get even worse, those are going to be the ones you should probably be looking at. Yeah, the VIX is already up, though, a ton. Yeah, mad premium. Pfizer's green. There's a couple of things that are doing good, you know. But there is a lot of big tech underperformance. This is like Mag 7, not really Mag 7. We're going to find that more today after the bell, but a lot of tech names and other things are like down. You know, like big. You have like multiple 5 to 10% moves. It's not like we're getting out of it. S&P down 2.5 right now, or S&P down 2, NASDAQ over 2.5, and Russell about to hit 2.5. Intel's lower. All the chips got murdered. SMCI didn't sound good. They pre-announced negative. They had all of their problems, but then they said customers are slowing down and a lot of other things. Airbnb probably is not going to move. We're going to see. We have a test, so watch yesterday's watch list. If you want to play earnings and you do not watch yesterday's watch list, I just don't think you want money at that point. But and you don't have to listen to me, but I gave some details there that we found, and I think it could help you. And that's why that details from yesterday, we talked about Airbnb, and I was like, it's probably not going to move. The stuff we found probably makes sense in that sense. The Pepsi, I don't recommend anything. I'm just a little Egyptian boy who yells in his room. I don't even think you guys are real. I know there's real humans, but like to a certain degree, I think that I am imagining this all in my head, if that makes any sense. Because there's no way this many people actually are like here. You know what I'm saying? It blows my mind every day. And I'm like, no way. I swear I'm talking to myself. And like, if I didn't make money, I would be in a mental institute. Does that make sense? Because now everybody's like, he's this, he's that, he's this. And I'm like, dude, I don't even know if this is real. So, yeah. But finger to the sky. You didn't find the watch list? Oh, it's on this channel. So Chicago PMI 4.9, and I actually made it easier for you guys too. That's the crazy part. So if you do go to the channel that you're on now, it'll tell you when I'm live, but I have organized them all into a playlist. So now you really can't miss it. And then you even have all your philos. So now you really can. And then it's all free too. Because I know you guys members only and all this other. But every day after the bell, you could get everything easy. So yeah. But there is less excuses. And it should be there. I know YouTube could be weird. But we have been fairly consistent for half a decade. So you know where to find me. Varro on CNBC. Good. We need that. We need some juice. Just it. J&J, Procter Gamble on the low. Interesting. Notice staples have flipped. So they already started off good, but yeah. And then SMCI running now. So again, they're still down 17, trying to recover, but yeah, you just got a couple values go down. Caterpillar had earnings. That's the only defense I could give it, but yeah, other than that, very odd. Bro, those damn UVXYs. Those are really running. Humana had heavy positioning. I'm actually surprised. So Humana that was one high positioning, extreme positioning, but it moved under expectation still. How bad do you think the shipping ports will get? I think it's just bad in nature. That's what I was trying to explain on the video. Is that just, it's like an embargo. I just don't know if people really understand, or we haven't really dealt with one in a long time. It's an embargo. So I'm not worried about like the ports. I'm more worried about economic activity being halted, if that makes any sense. So, because I think it could be resolved in a snap of a finger. And, I don't think there'll be a problem if we do. But if we don't, and the longer we don't, I think that opens up the door to major economic problems. Why can't I hear it?
Same thing in Vietnam, where you have companies that left.
This is Navarro, trade advisor. Robo on the high.
Vietnam, but when are we going to start favoring great American companies and let the other guys feel the hurt?
Well, here's what I can tell every company in the world, including our great American companies. If you're coming here and investing here in Trump land, you will have the most rapid regulatory approvals you've ever seen in modern American history to get stuff done. You're going to have amazing tax breaks for investing here, not just equipment, but in terms of buildings. And you're going to have a tariff wall to protect you from unfair competition.
I mean, let me put it this way.
Because companies
I don't want to
already
interrupt him, but
understand that, Jim. That's why we've seen a commitment for over $5 trillion of investment. Apple should have been doing this years ago. They've played a strategy in China. You know, we're too big in China to fail.
Okay, Starbucks
so
running.
Go easy on us. And they played that game now to the point where they really know.
Remind me of the banking crisis when he's done, okay?
There's going to be a
Navarro, best way to negotiate with China is very quietly.
Pledge their investment. But
I
it's
mean,
going to be,
I don't think he's lying.
As it might be for Apple, it's very doable. It's going to be easy.
Yeah, Humana, watch if that starts to go. That was on the positioning list. But
the auto parts thing yesterday that the president signed was brilliant. I mean, if you look kind of beneath
then
that,
SMCI, another percent.
The tactical flexibility of our policy, our responsiveness to a short-term problem in the auto industry with respect to the cost of parts. And it's all set up, and I have to credit Howard Lutnick for the architecture of this, for creating yet another incentive.
Okay, Starbucks again. A couple of the names that were guttered are getting a bid right now. Roblo running again.
So
did they report already, or they're today after the bell?
To the rest of the world with respect to assembly.
Nike's.
Go ahead, Jim.
And then Deckers and Spotify. Is retail going up?
A couple of news items, if we can. I mean, Lutnick yesterday indicated a
cytokinesis from yesterday. Remember, there's that move.
With some countries.
Yeah, Spotify's going up.
Is that true? Who it is?
And then Nvidia. I've seen Nvidia prints a few times. Honestly, Nvidia is pretty bad, but I think it'd be a lot worse if that was going lower.
I'm not an active part of the negotiation at the table by choice. That's not what I do here, but I'm very plugged into what is being done. And Jameson Greer, the United States trade representative who kind of grew up at the knee of Lighthizer and is brilliant and strong, very much in his own right, is working very closely with Howard Lutnick. And the way it works, and this is happening as we speak, is like every hour on the hour we've got countries coming into the building across the street there, the USTR, negotiating, and they're doing across 5 verticals with respect to
China, TikTok to invest $1 billion in Finland to build data centers. Reuters.
To have discussions.
Bro, that's the second one. Remember last week or earlier this week, China, TikTok, they were building in Brazil. Now they're announcing a data center in Finland.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah. It's close. It's close. I mean, you have to. I mean, look, what Howard said was interesting, and he's absolutely right. In an Indian
DJT and Tesla.
It's got to go through the prime minister and the parliament.
Whoa, Tesla.
But we're moving.
It looks big on the low ticker, but
as fast as possible.
Yeah, and then watch out if we come down again.
It's also become
again. I mean, the level is right here.
Your influence
you bounced right off the 5444.
On the president at any given time. I mean, because the Treasury Secretary is viewed as having a somewhat different view than you do. Certainly, Elon Musk, who you feuded with, has a different view. Do you think right now the president is open to and willing to listen to your advice and counsel?
Look, the president is the master strategist, the commander-in-chief. I'm just here to serve and help him do what he wants to do.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
What might be the best way possible, both tactically and strategically. And all this kind of like Game of Thrones stuff is played out in the press.
I forgot. We had the quarter-over-quarter PCE.
I would just heavily discounted here. We're focused on the mission.
No way.
The president is the key person who guides both the strategy and the tactics, and the rest of us are simply soldiers out in the field making sure that the war gets won.
So you do have another set of data coming.
A company.
That was quarter-over-quarter PCE on the GDP.
You know what they've accomplished. They are committed to building $500 billion worth of materials here. They are integral to the Taiwan Semi project. And then we just learned that you guys may be even tougher than the Biden administration on where they're able to sell things. And I'm trying to figure out, what does it take? What does it take to get on your good side?
Yeah. Why have sectoral tariffs on semiconductors when we're trying to build up AI here, Peter?
Well, not my lane, which is a little bit of a cop-out in the sense I know you want hard answers to hard questions.
No, because I know you like NVIDIA, and I know you think it's a great American company.
I'll give you the landscape here. AI is the next frontier for control of this world, both economically and from a military point of view. So the question,
well, yeah, this whole week has been about these deals that are already signed, but everything's on the hush. From China, you just said, negotiate with China quietly. Haven't heard shit from India, Korea, Japan. So there's a lot of big ones that are still kind of in the air.
And I would ask you to simply
so get ready, though, 5444. I mean, we've been talking about this level for a minute now. But get ready, because if that goes lower, my brother, you're going to be opened up. We'll probably go back down to
high-end,
yeah, just low 5400s, 5370 if it gets really bad.
We got to figure out what's best, not just for America, but for the rest of the world with respect to maintaining peace and prosperity. Because AI, as you know, it's a mixed bag in terms of our future.
Understood. Please remember the 8 principles that you drilled into my head repeatedly about China. I don't want you to forget them now that you're in there and people try to do a deal.
The news? No, bro. I think people are. I could touch on that topic too.
Thank you so much for the kudos. About 20 years, and thank you for coming on the show.
Remind me of that too.
Always a pleasure. Anytime you guys.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Navarro kind of looked like Biden.
Near 2% declines here, back to south of 54.50. Jim, it's going to take us back to about.
See, they clap on Wall Street. But yeah. So, again, we were just talking about the trade and some other stuff, and I said it reminded me because, again, I mean, is there a risk that shelves go empty, and is there a risk that things get really bad? There is. I can acknowledge that. And some people are like, the damage is done, it won't go back. I disagree with that. Why? Because what this reminds me of is the banking crisis and the one in 2023. Do you guys remember that? So that was really bad. Whatever IVF is, that thing's running up. And then OMH from yesterday, SPY near the low. But so you guys remember that, right? The banking failures and the whole SVB thing. Yeah, so that was the other moment where we had a collapse in soft data, hard data went up, and that was bad. I don't know if you guys realize, like, that's what I'm saying, like an embargo and trade, that's terrible. If this doesn't develop and we have no ships at all, that's bad, right? Same thing. If you have banks that are holding all this debt and can't afford it, it's bad. So, but we got over the banking thing. So, and think about that. You were able to reverse that in a couple of months. And if that didn't leave permanent damage, as long as they could get to a resolution quickly, I'm not really in the camp yet ready to say, oh my gosh, there's no looking back. Or once again, and we have been through a lot in terms of supply chain. So there was that one. And then the other one, I think there's a lot of BS going around, you know, because every time we hear a trade rumor or see it in the market, I always hear people blame, you know, like, and you could see it. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. There is some very, like, questionable trades that are executed right before everything from the president to Wall Street Journal. And that's why I think they are trying to, they might start going earlier on the press briefings. I don't know. Again, the last 2 days, Caroline, and then you're going lower. So again, you either take, like I told you about fucking 30 points higher, just UVXY, but they're already up 2% right now, or 200%. So you got to either decide that or find an individual if you want to play the downside. But for now, you've pretty much moved 0.75. So this right now, intraday, is pretty much as large as yesterday. So right now, in about 10, 20 minutes, we have moved the whole amount of yesterday. The gap down was 2%. So now you're like 2.7. So most of this, that's intraday. You're now reflecting what you kind of did yesterday. So that's why it's a little bit bigger, but most of the action was on the gap down. So if we keep moving down more, that's going to be the meat on the bone that you will be able to get if you want to bet to the downside or hedge. NIVDA. All righty. Again, today you have Meta and, is it Meta and Microsoft? I think. You don't think trade relations were tarnished with the banking crisis? No, there was. There was very bad things, actually. You had, remember when the Swiss changed something they haven't done in hundreds of years and violated the bondholders, and then they pissed off all the other foreign debt holders and robbed them so that they could do the Credit Suisse deal? So I would argue that there was some of that, but like we talked about on the watch list last night, I think the euro shows it. I'm not against, euro going good and Europe being good. And yeah, there's always that risk of the U.S., but I think a lot of people are unaware of how many times we've actually done this in terms of people getting worried, moving their money to Europe. Again, anytime there's problems, doubting the U.S. and so on and so forth, but there's more history than I've been alive of instances where it doesn't lead to a point of no return. All right. 5-3 Stu. This is crazy. So 5-4-1-0, maybe 22, but then it's all about the 53s and then 53-7. That will probably be the low. If you break below 53-7, it could get very ugly. So I don't know if I want to put that out there, but yeah, and you're already down 2.8 here. And we're not even at the top of the hour. We're actually right there in about 50 seconds. So even see, maybe by Euro close, we'll get it. Hood pricing in a lot. Oil doing it again? Yeah, but look at what happened today. So if oil plummets, this time yields are ripping because of the data. Yeah, so oil's down another 2%. That kind of widens it out. Well, there was a lot to take in today. So I do think the data, you could kind of see it on the chart. Here's the GDP. So we did go down 10 points from that, but we were already gapped down. So end of the month, and then Trump's comments, he brought up Powell. We even had a little bit of bad China data and all of that, So there was like a point. You were down like 0.4, 0.5 before the data. And then the data brought us down about 2, and then now we've moved about 0.8 here intraday. I'm talking NASDAQ. SPY was like, I think, a third of that. Oh, wow, Amazon on the low. And then PCE, 0. There it is. So data just came out. Personal income in line. Personal spending went up by 0.7 versus 0.4. And then price index did not go higher. But year over year climbed a little bit, but still one of the lowest. So, yeah. That's it. But even core PCE came in lower. So, again, bonds are dropping off of that, but literally core PCE 0.0. And then estimate was a gain of 0.1. So not bad, but it's still the same. But like I'm saying, no one really cares about the hard data. I'm surprised they're getting a candle. We'll see if this lasts or not. And then Macy's. Yeah, consumer personal spending was high. Whoa. Pending home sales, 6.1. Estimate was 0.9. Yeah, so pending home sales rocketed in March. That's very surprising. But again, I think it is area by area. Like I said, there's a couple of shortages in some locations. And then like some of the bigger cities that have already went crazy, they're not doing good. That is good. I mean, this is just all of this data right now that we just received, personal spending, personal income, housing, PCE, all of this is just the hard data that is telling you that, again, the hard data has not really changed in like 9 months. And if anything, it's not showing you that consumers are worried. I think you see that in many metrics, but in soft data too. But the economy is not really reacting. So there's two options, and we talked about this yesterday too. This was on the watch list. It's either the hard data is lagging and will come down, or the soft data, just like the banking crisis, will plummet. But then after a couple months, if it really keeps staying like this, eventually the hard data holds up and everybody, the soft data will lag and then come back up. So we'll see. But generally, I've been saying this for a while now, economic data, like the hard data, hasn't really shifted too much. So you got your little reaction. You got a lot of data. Bonds took it more on the head than anything, but we'll see. Still think it's already a weird day. Even by Euro close, you're going to get a lot. The revision. You don't think, you know what? I think that's very interesting. You know why? We haven't really seen a major revision, huh? This is funny. You just said that. I'm like, dude, when was the last time we heard about a revision? It's actually funny that, because like forever, that was a big deal. Navarro Boeing remark. Oh, we should have bought the Bradley Frizzles. So yeah, Boeing, Navarro, we need to have Boeing's back. Boeing, back. They already doubled them up. So there's dailies that were going for 9. They've already doubled that up 100%. You're paying 100% on any short term. But again, I think you're pretty early on that if you want it. How's your president, Boeing? What's that? DV spot gold. Yeah, gold is down a little bit. Where's a dollar too? Dollar is up, so that's actually kind of good. See, remember ever since we talked about it, even with gold, dollar stayed pinned. So that's, I'll tell you, probably right now, your next big market reaction is probably going to be when the dollar moves. Looking at this chart right now and everything going on. Again, Boeing's still moving. Oh, service now. I forgot about that. ANET. Okay, low ticker just kind of picked up, and then I don't like how Staples performed. So they were in, bro, Staples are winning there for 2 minutes, like really strong, and then flipped. So I'm glad I didn't FOMO. I put in an offer on one of them, and I was like, dude, these spreads are dumb. Excuse me. TW, TradeWeb, TGTX. Oh, I think that was another one on the list. Anarchist. All right, watch out. Bonds still going lower ever since that data came out. I mean, good data, bad for bonds. Bad data, good for bonds. Remember that dynamic. Palantir, Paparuni. Not really. It just looks crazy on the high ticker, but it's starting to move. New high, still red on the day. Duolingo on the high, and then Dell. I keep seeing that one. Others are willing to buy Boeing jets. China won't take. So again, more Boeing comments. Like I said, those already went up 100. They kind of slowed down. Hasn't really moved since we last called it out, but see if other people pick up on that. Where is Amazon? Amazon is, I forgot they have, damn, they're down 4-2. Well, shit. No, yeah, pending home sales are houses that are in escrow. So no, it's a sign that people are buying. So that data means people are in escrow, and in 30 days they'll probably close on the home. All right, SPY kind of chilling there. Starbucks came back up. Where's SMCI? Again, there's a lot of names that got clobbered, and then so far as we've been dumping, they've just been catching a green. Oh, CEP. Maybe on the volatility day. People go to the SPACs. Panic buying houses. No, there were some people. Bro, I had people like 2 months ago, and I told them not to. I feel bad, and I even I talked to one of them recently, and I gave him the "I told you so" face, because I had one guy buy a house simply because of Trump, and I told him not to. I told him, and this was in February, and he was like, "No, I got to do it." I'm like, "Don't do it." He's like, "No, man, he's like, "The houses keep going up. I got up. I want this." I was like, "Don't do it. Trust me." Because it wasn't a good deal. The house was at full market value. It violated everything else that, again, highest comp in 3 months, everything I've told you guys of what we're looking for. But they wanted it because, again, at some point, you guys don't, I wouldn't act surprised about it. The first 2 months of the year, people were they were feeling bullish everywhere. Even if you didn't like it, even if you didn't like Trump, it's hard to ignore. Everything was up at all-time highs, and everything, activity, crypto, people were feeling they were ready, a golden age. It wasn't until February 18th was the high. It wasn't really until March, April that all of this flipped negative. And then just in 1 month, you did this reaction. But yeah, up until Liberation, it dropped a little bit before Liberation Day as people were getting worried on all the other announcements, but prior to that, people thought it was good, but that's what I was saying. Just don't, you still got to kind of stick to some rules, and you never know where we'll end up. But yeah, people were buying for various reasons. I don't think they were buying it the same way as cars, but people are panic buying cars. So do you guys know that used cars, I need to find the number. I could be incorrect on it. Feel free to fact check this one. But I believe it's up 20% or 14%. Compared to the same time this year. No exaggeration. Tariff propaganda to buy cars worked. I'm shit you not. Go look at the used car and new car data. Bro, cars were not moving. And literally in the last month, in the whole tariff thing, this has, from even a year ago, it's actually kind of crazy. It actually got people to buy cars. So you want to know what the irony is? It's kind of self-fulfilling. Because now, if 15% of cars just get bought, or there's, again, 15% uptick in activity, what happens to inventory? So it goes, I don't think it's going to last, though. In the sense that even if I genuinely think cars are going to get dumped on, but then again, we'll see if the ships work. But yeah, it worked, bro. It worked. It actually I try to help some people, but you do have Americans that have panic bought a car. They have panic bought a vehicle. No exaggeration. By a very a statistically significant margin, which is mind-boggling. Before, there's no way. Go look it up. It's not higher than fucking COVID in that moment, but compared to last year. So I'm just saying, this time last year, that's, again, and by this time last year, we knew the auto market was getting bad. Rates were still high. So when you're looking, it's a very large jump, and it's clearly something's different from 1 to even 3 years ago, just pretty much from the last decline. So COVID was the big pop, but whatever it was, and we know what it was this tariff. It was this propaganda, and, people worried about it, and and then the dealers, they doubled down on it, bro. Dealers even say it. The dealers don't even know what's going to happen, bro. But they're going to fucking sell you a car. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. You're there. Well, listen, don't rack your brain about it. There's data. You see what I'm saying? And you're telling me you hear, and you're getting me to tell you about an anecdote, but it is data. You know what I'm saying? Just go look at the used car sales. Go look at the Manheim Index and compare it to the last couple years. And then ask yourself what happened. And we know what it was. It was tariffs. It was tariffs, the talking. That was one of the most surprising things. I thought people would like propagandize you and like make you scared and Trump's bad and tariffs, you know? I didn't think they were going to try to sell you a car. But it worked. It was a good marketing, very good marketing, I guess. Yeah, high ticker is on full gas. Again, the data was good, but I mean, you've pretty much half of today's move got wiped out. And I hope you hear what I'm saying because I'm not talking about, like, we gapped down 2%. I'm talking about the intraday move. Garmin? Oh, I don't know. They got good patents and shit, but I use Garmin's, I guess, probably. I probably use one of their patents, but I don't, like, buy Garmin products. Maybe, though. I don't think they had good earnings, right? NVIDIA, there's Wing. That was the other one. So Wing is starting to get to the high end. And then SPY, I don't know. It's right above the broken VWAP. All right, you are moving up. And again, I mean, if you are noticing the high ticker, that is a pretty dramatic change. U.S.-Ukraine mineral deal hits last-minute hurdle. No. No way. HRI. There's no good ones, man. Okay, SPY. Bro, you've wiped out most of it now. Literally. You're getting back up to open. This is what I was trying to tell y'all because the way with the gap being 2%, you're just snaking whatever like move you have intraday. That's where it's like, that's why there's a lot of gap pricing priced in everything and then how you're moving here. So in a weird way now, we're just like barely moving, even though you're still holding the 2% gap. Yeah, I know it. It was small intraday, but we just started very low because of all the news and the data. I haven't heard uranium in a minute. And then Apple again. Amazon's already down 4%, 3.6 now, but they're the ones with the report. And Microsoft, what's this? Kingstone down 13. I have no idea what this is. Looks a liquid. Bonds frozen. It's okay. Take it. Today will be some of the window dressing, but just wait till the end of the day. And that's why we were talking about it yesterday. Like, there might just be more of the move front-loaded, or it might just we might get it Thursday, Friday. Yeah, VFC is coming up. Pinduoduo. Watch if China, and again, anything Pinduoduo related, if they start to make crazy moves, that could be tied to the de minimis rule and all of that, tariff shipping shit. Again, remember, that's Timu. Shop like a billionaire. The rest of the day. I mean, I tried to buy plays today. I put in like small offers. They wouldn't fill, and I canceled. I haven't done anything today. I'm chilling. I said even yesterday we talked about some of them. I'm glad I went slower, but the earnings haven't hit. The SPY is flip-flopping between in the money and out the money until, again, the chop is what will chop us apart. You see, this kind of looked like a little breakout, and you made money on these, but if we stay in this range, it's going to hurt. So be careful or position small. Okay, Pinduoduo, watch out for that. That one's starting to wake up a little bit. So like I'm saying, that could be tied into any of the other stuff. Earnings come out today after the bell. You even woke up to a big set of them. I liked yesterday's watch list. I think you guys did too. It was very exciting. Had a little philo at the end too. That was beautiful. I had terrible sleep though. You know that? I woke up, dude. I went to bed late. I couldn't fall asleep as easy, and then I was like, oh yeah. But we're here. Minerals deal. Yeah, the Financial Time one's in. And CEP's on the high. There's NVIDIA, Tesla. So let's see, man. I mean, most of the intraday move is wiped out. So yeah, just now it's really about the gap. And then you did hit the level. I told you we got to hit it one more time, but now we're not getting fucked up by it. It's actually holding. So let's see. Last time it did that, we went up another 100 points. So like I said, I think if we can't hold this, it gets ugly. If we do, it'll be good. Bobo, Bradley, Frizzle, and the Boeing. Woke up in agony. I mean, hey, man, that's what 1,500 push-ups will do to you. I know I woke up sore as hell, too. I had a good workout. Today's leg day, though. The gap from Liberation Day. On the upside, have we actually hit it yet? I think we got that one. But I'm pretty sure all gaps have been filled, no? Except for this one now, maybe. But, yeah. I still think we're in chop zone. Boeing getting more volume. Besant told Ukraine to be ready to sign all agreements. TSM now on the high. I remember they had some headlines yesterday. And then IP, I think they're in a buyout deal. I don't know. They were at one point. And then Uber keeps climbing as well. I've seen that print on the high ticker a couple times. And then IonQ. And then Unity. All right. See if the small caps come up. Russell's still down 2.25. Now Russell's the worst on the day. And then Nucor, a couple materials. NVIDIA's CEO, I am certain we can manufacture chips on shore with the country's resources. Did sound good. Mm-hmm.
In the way that he wants.
I guess I'm just wondering on the incentives if they are aligned. NVIDIA, I mean, obviously NVIDIA is a big U.S. company and wants the U.S. to win, but China remains an important market for NVIDIA after we saw that big write-down when the chips were banned.
Sarah, it's absolutely correct. I think there are a lot of questions as far as what the impact of tariffs are going to be. And if the U.S. is going to really be able to remain competitive, there are certainly concerns among lawmakers who I speak with about the U.S.'s ability to remain ahead of China. As you heard him say, China is only right behind us. They have a lot of capabilities. And I think you've seen a lot of changes right now in how the various administrations have approached AI. Biden had a plan that he put forward, but the Trump administration has basically reversed a lot of that. We don't know exactly what's next or what it looks like. And when I talk to folks in the AI industry, they say that that really needs to be there for the U.S. to have a seat at the table and to continue to be a leader globally when it comes to AI standards and what the policies and rules of the road are.
Yeah, we talk a lot about their lead in China in EVs. Today, big note out of Morgan Stanley about their lead in robotics and humanoids. Emily, thanks. Emily Wilkins this morning in D.C. Meantime, two names tanking on results today, Snap and First Solar. Snap pulls their Q2 guidance. They cite an uncertain macro environment. First Solar missed on EPS by nearly 50 cents.
It's funny that Evan really does it every time. Like, we were just joking at first, but no. And then Wingstop keeps going up, but the plays are terrible. I've been looking at them here, and I feel bad for any of those because that was high shorted. But dude, go look at any of those they're moved up like 5%. All across. Okay, Boeing is still going. Where are those other ones? Palantir's still running. There's a couple of healthcare plays. See. Interesting. All right, man. You're back to open. Boeing has moved 2%. If you bought the Bradley Frizzle Peach, I mean, yeah. And then IP's still going. Again, that one, they've had a lot of headlines like a year ago, but that thing started to move. Alcoa Materials. I see 3 material plays now. Couple of recoveries like App, SMCI, and Starbucks. So those are Starbucks chilled out. And then SMCI is chilling out. Everything else is going. There is a Robin Hood. $550 bought for $80. Good luck. I like it. Way to post the play. Oil numbers in less than 10 minutes. TSM too. That one keeps printing. And now chips. SMH is on the high. All right. But they're still down 1.8. I mean, damn. See, as I was saying, the intraday move. And you're like, yeah. It's like, dude, we're still down 20. Most of the data, I think, we might get a little bit more. We don't know about trade. So you might get some random trade ones. But, yeah, we got oil numbers. And then that's pretty much it. Hims still looks good. So I have to ban you because I've never said Hims looks good. Do you understand? So please don't misrepresent that stock to people, or at least my view on it, please. But no, I hate Hims. I think it's terrible. I even saw a fucking, I don't know. I think your guys' risk is if the millennials and the young people, if they find out the risks of finasteride. But I like NVO, and NVO, I mean, Hims will sell the company that I like, but yeah, I never said it was good. I actually said it was terrible. That's why that's why you got my reaction like that. Yeah, they're selling the fat shots, but that's why we bought NVO. You see what I'm saying? So, but I don't like the other one. Yeah, no, dude, I saw it. I don't know. I have to look into it. I just don't like it. But yeah, there's like finasteride. A lot of people are putting out the, what's it called? Like the side effects of it. Apparently, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I never used finasteride. I used minoxidil back in the day. I never really had issues, except it was greasy. And then by the time you stop it, you just lose all the progress. But that's why I was surprised when I saw it. But apparently, like, there's shit that it causes with people. And I didn't know. But then again, there's been, you go on Reddit, you'll find it everywhere. Qualcomm. I think PayPal, Uber, I mean, we're up over 100% on Uber, so I wouldn't touch it. But PayPal, that's the one. Just wait till it comes down a little bit more. I'm up like 5%, but that's stock, dude. Just don't get trapped into buying PayPal high. That's the best advice I could give you. Why buy the middleman when you could buy the plug? Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. But that's the part I like. I like the, even then, him's got to benefit off of getting into that industry. But I like that NVO. I like Eli Lilly. I like GLP. I'm telling you, GLP-1 will be around for the next decade. And I'm glad that we got in at a decent price. But even if, so Hims sells their products, but if anything ever happens to Hims, we're still going to be selling our shit. You see what I'm saying? So I do prefer the plug rather than the retailer. That's like saying, why buy Ulta? Well, Ulta has their own products, and Ulta doesn't sell like, prescription type drugs. I think there's a big difference. But even then, there is other ones, but it's also like Costco. There's a reason why Costco isn't your normal retailer. I think Ulta isn't your normal retailer as well. And then again, it's not there. Would I ever try GLP-1s later in life? Probably not. I own MO. I don't smoke cigarettes. I own Abivai. I've never had Botox. I go on Ubers, but yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I'll ever do a G unless I need it. God forbid. But if anything ever happens to my health and I need it, I would look to that drug. It looks. I'm telling you, I've heard people have good things happen with it. Those who need it, but I would never take it for cosmetic reasons. I think that is foolish. Although I know it could help people, I just think that's not really wise. Yeah, I own Pfizer. Yep, I feel you, James. I feel you, bro. Watch Myrna. It was on that list. I mean, could be. So go right now. If you watch yesterday's watch list and you were fascinated by that list, go look up the ones that already reported. I did that this morning, and you'll see we don't have really good evidence right now. And then, crude oil inventories, minus 2.6 million. Estimate was minus 579. Cushing, 682,000 versus draw of 86,000. I do own a couple of REITs. We own O and MPW. Oh, and IRM. I forgot about that. All right, man. SPY, you're right back up to open. You're actually doing a little better. I think you gapped down here. So look, because the Nasdaq's doing a little bit better on the scoreboard. And then let me get you guys a market checkup. We've been here for an hour. So let's see what we're working with. I put my thing down, flipping in my right. Tariff. Dow Jones 3 green, 27 in the red. So you got room to move up. Nasdaq, 9 green. Treasury will stay volatile due to policy uncertainty. Nuveen. Inflation risk likely to prevent 10-year falling below 4. Zim on the high and DNA. Couple names. I mean, SPY's just running up. But are you ready for this? 9 names in the green. 92 or 91 red on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, you have a lot that you can move. Or if this fails, everything is, again, that's your 2% gap down. And then S&P 500, 63 green, 439, everything just dropped. So, yeah, so that's good. You have a lot of upside potential, but that should also highlight, there's a lot of downside pressure here today. And then banks are going, Citi, Wells Fargo, NVIDIA and Palantir. Bowen kind of chilled out, but look at the high ticker now. Trump should revise rules for AI chip exports. Where is Homie? Because we've had our random comments. CEO Huang, Huawei is a formidable and has made enormous progress in AI. That doesn't sound good. That's what we were talking about yesterday or 2 days ago. Is he on there? Or are they just giving the quotes?
From the Department of Justice's proposed remedies here. Now, the Department of Justice has asked the court to force Google to spin off its Chrome browser, to share certain data with its competitors, and to stop paying companies like Apple for search engine defaults. So not clear exactly the timing here of when we'll get a decision from the judge, but obviously this case will be very closely watched in Techland. Guys, back over to you.
Okay, Eamon, thank you. Eamon Jabbers.
You bet.
Of course, some important case, as you well know, Carl.
The other thing we didn't talk about this morning is this partnership between Waymo and Toyota Motor trying to advance autonomy. It's a big OEM partnership that we'll see if others can recreate.
Yeah, and as we sort of pointed out when Alphabet reported earnings last week, it was the first time that Pichai discussed Waymo in any sort of really length of time, talking about the possibility for owned and operated vehicles by the owner that have Waymo in them, a la
Oh, did I
robo-taxi
save that
kind of
chart?
I wonder if it gives Tesla more of a run for its
No,
money.
I need to
because
show you
Elon Musk
guys.
didn't sound worried about it on his
CEP
conference
pop.
call. When
And
it comes,
bonds
I
off
think
the
he
bottom,
he was
Pakistan
talking about,
headline
does
as
Waymo
well.
have the first mover advantage? He said, no, we're going to have 90% of the market share, right?
Yeah, there is some question, Till, about the actual expense in terms of Waymo versus what Tesla can
Right,
do.
he pointed to how much more expensive it is.
Meantime, some tech
MSTR
moves to
now,
watch this
Bitcoin.
morning. Got a top and bottom line beat alongside good guidance out of Western Dig. CEO calling out exponentially growing demand for data storage and a similar
Western Dig. Oh, I need to find you guys that chart. I can't believe I didn't save it. I had a real estate thing to show you. It's kind of nuts, but essentially, do you know what's happened recently? It's sad, bro. It breaks my heart because it shows you how crazy. You know, we were hearing yesterday how literally the average age of a first-time homebuyer is 38 years old. That's mind-boggling. It wasn't always like that. I mean, again, a couple decade ago, it was like 20-something, bro. But that wasn't it. So we had home date. We even got real estate data here today. But long story short, home ownership in America is falling, as odd as that may sound, because after 2020, the home ownership rate skyrocketed. Everybody wanted a house, right? And it stayed stable, but now we actually got a small downtick, and literally the home ownership rate is going down. So I'm saying it's kind of weird because, dude, you're seeing very odd sells, but now that's why I want to show you the average chart of it, because if you look at the average mortgage rates, it's crazy now, because pretty much it took 4 years. Even though you had people at like 2% rates, and 3%, so many people have already moved around that right now, the average mortgage rate of all existing mortgages that exist, it's back to the 2018, 2019 level. That's wild, bro. So that means the people who had low mortgages already got out of them, and then more people acquired higher interest mortgages. They sold some of their houses. Are you see what I'm saying? So now the average holding interest rate is just back to 2018, 2019. So it took about 4 years to eliminate some of that low interest in real estate that people were just able to gobble up. So it's pretty wild, bro. I need to find you the chart. But remember, there was a period where the average mortgage rate was really, really low. And everybody secured them. They were buying houses, low rates. And now, over the last couple of years, people have been selling, not owning a home. Rates are higher, getting higher mortgages. And now, it just literally balanced everything back to, again, the real estate's getting to look a little bit like 2018, 2019. So, yeah, CEP is up. We had that up there in the bottom right. You hear something and I search it and you buy it, I'm your newswire. Don't do that. That's not wise. For the long term, maybe, but just be careful with that. That's why I've been trying to, we've even removed the stream alerts and other things, man. I can't be talking all this shit And I want you guys safe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody, like, try to be as safe as possible, man, and you don't got to buy the hype. You don't got to fall for all of it. And, you know, as long as you have plan, preparation, bro, you're going to be fine. It's little by little. You know, we have everything we've done here has not been the result of a one-hit wonder. You know, you just little by little in a series of good decisions. So, you know, and always do your own diligence and patience and let your portfolio speak to you. That's something I really hope I could have taught a lot of you guys. Because, you know, when names are up and down, and when you see where your balance is at, you know, it tells you, man. It tells you. Shit, I'm a grown-ass man, Josh. I believe me, I'm well aware. So, just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. Woo! Hit it back to VWAP. Oh, see, that was interesting. How feasible is it to borrow from another country with lower rates? Unless you have a lot of money and can use like a private banker, generally it's pretty difficult depending on where. So like buying in Switzerland will be different than Germany. And even though even Germany is EU, it'll be different than borrowing in other places, you know? And then again, like getting access to Japanese, Hong Kong, China markets, very different as well. So it all just depends. Again, even like Mexico, buying land and other things. Mexico equities are easier. It's easier to borrow. Like Latin America is actually a little easier, but like Europe and everywhere else in Asia, it's all like country by country. And even then, it just all kind of depends on your access to capital. $1 million in sales in roofing. I love it, man. And I think that's a good flex, you know? I'd love to see you guys because you have a long term and you guys are growing, brand. I love that you guys are making money in your businesses, you know, because that's it. You know, I deal with too many how about that? What do you trade? How about that? It's like, dude, come on. We're going to make a lot of money in the stock market, growing our investments, and we have to find ways to generate income outside of the market. So do not settle on only one source. And I really think some of you guys, you are kind of encouraging to a lot of Chads here that you are in the Chad, you are locked in, getting a long term, and you are running businesses. Again, you got homies, I'm in their ear, and they are running up the scoreboard. So, you know, it's very good, and I like that. So I appreciate that, man, and I'm glad you're doing well. And keep going. Keep going. And save and don't squander it. And the more discipline you add to it, the better it will become. Amen. Amen. You're a mechanic, buy and flip car, made $25K this month? Dude, fuck yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro. I love it. I love that. That's what we need, man. That is what you need more of. And you should always take pride in that. You know, don't be a little egotistical prick. But at the end of the day, that is a good thing. And if you guys are adding income outside of the market and throwing it back in here in a wise way, oh, dude, you're going to level up. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if all of your peers are doing that. And a lot of people only want to do one thing. They just want to trade. They just want to do this. It's like, bro, a lot of hours in a day. And we got a lot of time, especially if you're young. Keep grinding and get a long term. Amen, bro. Amen. Two bait good routes. Oh, dude, we gotta talk to you. Cause I told Chads about getting into like bread routes back in the day, and there's some interesting food distribution businesses that I think a lot of people are unaware of. So yeah, I love that. We might have to talk. You might have to give the Chad some game, unless you don't want to expose your secrets. There you go. I love it, guys. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's long-term deposits, that's savings, that's growth. Every single one of you that says, I'm working, I'm grinding, it is so much easier to get a property. You have no idea. That's something I had to learn the hard way. Growing up in businesses and self-employed, and you have to learn all of that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Not only are you making money, growing, This is going to help you get things. Mexico's shine bomb. U.S. easing tariffs on auto sector is a step forward, a recognition of the Northern American trade agreement. So that sounds good. But yeah, shine bomb comment. You know it's really funny? And I hope you guys realize it. That's why we put it on the watch list yesterday. The real issue right now is China and then a little bit of Europe. But, dude, I feel like we haven't said, like, Canada, Mexico. It's been quiet for the last, like, month, I feel like. Oh, I need to find it. I still want to find you guys that chart. All right, you're popping. So literally positive Scheinbach comment. I didn't think we would move off of that, but you are. I don't know if that's it or if it's something else. I hope you feel me on that. Because literally, I just read you that comment. The Canada currency is moving. Mexico didn't, but you just got to pop off of that. I don't know if that's it or if you were just going to do that anyways. Again, 90% of the market is still in the red. That's the fascinating part. Blessings, all blessings, all blessings. All right, yeah, Palantir too, guys. That keeps running. I know a lot of you like that. I like that. Yeah, there. I found it. Okay, here. Let me save this time. App loving still going. And Kava. Okay, look. This is what I was trying to show you guys. This is the chart. So this is the mortgage rates, right? And this is going back from like 1999. This is your effective rate on interest outstanding. Do you understand what that means? So this is like the average or the interest on all of the mortgages that are being held. So look, so when rates dropped, everybody's mortgages, this was like 2018, 2019, right? It was like the average rate was right below 4 on all of the mortgages outstanding in the United States. And then rates drop. And that look at that, bro. At one point, bro, it was lower than 3.5. The average mortgage rate in America was at 3.5 on all debt outstanding. That's amazing. But look, as the rates have gone up, so think about it. New people buy higher mortgage houses, and then they sell the low ones. But now your effective mortgage rate on all of the outstanding mortgages in the U.S. is the highest since 2013 now. So now all of that debt in the last 12 years, you have more people actually paying more interest than before. And this is what I was saying. You had a little window where it wasn't normalized, and now we got to normalization, and now pretty much, mortgages are kind of expensive again. Or at least a little higher than the low end we've been at for the last 2 decades. So that's why it'll be very interesting. U.S. sanctions 7 entities engaged with Iranian oil. Still a good time to get a house. Only at a good deal. That's what I'm saying. It's just, this is the part for all of you. Cars, houses, and this is why, like, bro, I am trying to advocate for some people, but I do not like it when, or like what you got to watch out for, bro. Don't be in a buyer's market paying a seller's market price. Do you understand? That's the thing that's slipping people up, from stocks to cars to real estate, is that we've made a lot of quick movements. There's a lot going on, and a couple of markets are shifting from an extreme seller's market to a buyer's market. However, there are people that are literally insisting on it being a seller's market. And they're, you know what I'm saying? And it's like all throughout. So I like real estate. You know what I'm saying? And it's a great, great investment. I even think now. But if you're walking around, you know, paying the highest prices and, you know, oh, I got to overbid, I got to rush. It's like, no, that's not the market we're in anymore. That's just the reality. Same thing even with stocks, bro. You're not even, for the last 9 months, there hasn't even been a mad dash for Mag 7. So, like, that's why I'm even like, certain things decline. They go down a lot, but it's like, it's still kind of at a seller's price. So that's where everything, you know, try to be a little bit more diligent and make sure you maximize some of the recent changes. Otherwise, things could have moved in your favor. But if you're willing to make a decision and go outside of your favor, you could still put yourself in a bad position. And that's where it's like, if you could manage that, I think you'll shave off an extra 10, 20, 30% that will help you advance in all of these purchases, whether it's stocks, real estate, or anything. So just keep that in mind, you know, and notice some things are a seller market, but a lot of things have shifted to a buyer's market, or we're in an awkward middle right now. No, New Jersey won't come down until inventory goes up. That's it. Any place in real estate right now with low inventory is still climbing. So that still remains. But then the places without it are dying. That's the irony. So I'm telling you, like, Austin, Texas is bad. Even Vegas to a degree. Miami, the places, San Diego even. The places that went really, really hot. Houston. There's a lot of places with high inventory that is popping up. Those are the places that are lagging heavy, and they're not doing as good. Prices are still high. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The inventory's climbing. Some prices came down, but then some are still, they're trying to demand that. So, but then like New Jersey, Buffalo, Indiana, Ohio, bro, they're running like it's 2022 because inventory is still low in some of these places. But the places with high inventory, they haven't moved in about 2 years. Yeah, how many houses for sale? Listings, available listings. Almost everywhere in Texas, Florida, California, those are popular places that had low inventory. Everybody bought them up for really crazy prices, and then now there's still a lot of units, and then people are selling, and then, yeah. Yen popping, yeah, is that why the bonds? And then Google hoping to enter Gemini distribution agreement mid-year. Oh, wow. No, that's like vertical. Yo, something just happened. Yo. What the fuck? So it could be a pump fake. You got it. But if that continues, that's just a vertical on the yen right now. Even the Swiss, they both did it. All the safe havens just popped. Gold a little less. I don't know why. So be on the lookout, but you might even have an opportunity here if you have the balls to front run. But is it oil? But we ignored it, and oil's already down too. That could be it. Nah, I don't know. Meta app maker lost Washington lobby to fight Apple and Google. I don't know if it'd be a Japan. That's weird. So literally, Japanese yen, just see if it has follow through. Because there's been a couple times we've been pump faked by it. So that's why I'm saying if you have the balls to do it. But I don't know. I just genuinely don't know. But that is something I would keep my eyes on. So if that follows through, the yen goes green or like by 0.5% or something, like aggressively, and then the Swiss franc follows in gold, I think something's happening. But for now, I have no idea. A good call out on that. High ticker's still running. The Pfizer. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 8. Oh, man. NVAX. Oh. Yeah, well, no. Myrna was the one. NVAX, Myrna's the one with earnings. CEP, yeah, that one's still doing it. RCL, again, you had NCLH, SPY going up. I don't know, man. Something's weird. The yen's already coming back down. Watch oil, though, too. See if that's it. But, yeah, just see gold, yen, and the Swiss franc. You'll see some of it reflected in bonds. But, yeah, very, very weird. It could be something. I don't know, but I don't know if the yen would strengthen on a Japanese agreement. That's the thing. So we're making the assumption that Japan, if there was a deal, the currency would strengthen. I don't know if I could say that. So other than that, I have no idea. But if you go to the other theory, anytime gold, Swiss franc, and the yen have gone aggressive, it has been a move out of fear. So I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. Just eyes on it. But something's moving. No follow through yet. But, yeah, if that goes up again, you might have something. I wish I knew. But I do need to go to the bathroom. It takes me like a minute to raise my desk now, bro. But, yeah, follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And get ready. Watch as that develops. But I will be right back.
That is built on the
God bless America.
Of an open, free media and free speech. And so I find it deeply concerning.
Jonathan, the big case that you guys brought, well, the DOJ brought in terms of Alphabet and the monopoly remedies, I believe, beginning soon. I'm just curious what your expectations are. I know it can be hard for viewers to even keep track of all the different cases, even just involving Alphabet, but I'd love you to weigh in.
Yeah, so I would think about there are two categories. There's the case involving search, and then there's a case involving kind of the advertising pipes and plumbing that power media and news and all sorts of content on the internet, and that will likely be used to power advertising for AI. I think on the search side, that's where we had requested during my tenure a divestiture of Chrome, among other remedies that are designed to open up search and create opportunities for new AI companies. The administration is continuing on that front. I think it looks very promising. There's a trial happening there. The ad tech or the pipes and plumbing case is really about the advertising infrastructure. The court has ordered a hearing tomorrow to discuss at least initial proposals, and we'll see what happens there. But I'm anticipating that the Department of Justice and the state attorneys general are likely to ask for some breakup of Google's ad tech businesses that at least currently allow it to function on both the buy and sell side and operate the exchange for these real-time bidded advertising networks.
Do you think when all these are said and done that Alphabet is going to look like the company it is right now?
I think it's going to look a lot like the company it is now. I think that it's just going to have to compete more effectively, and it's going to have to compete through innovation rather than through anti-competitive contracts or market manipulation on the advertising side. The fact of the matter is, and we've had this conversation over a number of years now here on CNBC with me, which is that the companies have done just fine. Their stock prices have done just fine in the context of antitrust oversight. If anything, antitrust forces the companies to invest more in innovation, forces them to grow organically rather than relying on their market power acquisitions to protect their moats.
Jonathan, appreciate you taking time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Cantor. As we take a look, of course, market is off the lows, though we do have the S&P down some 1.4%, NASDAQ also down 1.9%. Again, we had seen a bit worse earlier in the session.
Hey, yo, U.S. wants Ukraine to sign, and then China lifts sanctions against European Parliament members.
We did have the SMCI warning that seems
I feel like that sounds
the
better than what it is.
Not just that company, but Dell and NVIDIA as well, sort of at least introducing some...
That's good. I'll take a look at that later. Give me a sec. 6% in volume. But yeah, people, I just scanned it. But that idea, it is going around today and like a couple days ago. But like everybody's like shitting on the U.S. right now. But what's the reality? There's one reality that everybody forgot about. But now they're talking about it again. And this will be kind of something we'll probably deal with second half. Pop quiz, mother. What do you got? So there's an economic global macro reality right now that is worrisome, and it's not the United States. What is it? You were already worried about it. You already knew it was bad, but everybody kind of ignored it. Not EU. They were bad, and then we went to them. And then they're doing, come on, easy. Yeah, China. So that's what there's, because like, you got to think about it. China was doing terrible prior. So although everybody's been like pumping the whole like anti-America, you can't forget the reality that China is really weak right now. So, right, and imagine all the people talking hard landing and, oh my gosh, what happens if Trump is bad America, and then China doesn't recover and China doesn't benefit? You guys, everyone's forgetting that element, is that China also could do really bad, and now number 1 and 2 are doing terrible. Do you see what I'm saying? That's like the everyone's making this assumption that, okay, America does bad. Yeah, Europe is kind of let them do their thing. We talked about the 20-year history yesterday, but at the end of the day, what if China does just as bad as us? And now what if China starts doing worse? And now in the process of battling, we both get cut. You see what I'm saying? And that is one of the bear cases going around right now. So yeah, I just scanned that, but we'll take a look at that. Okay, you're still going up. That little currency move, I'm glad. Like, dude, I haven't done anything today. That's what I'm saying. We got to learn the speed. But look, yen's going up. Oh, fuck, dude. I'm glad I didn't, because, dude, if this goes up enough, I'm going to make a play, but I don't know. I feel like it could be very deceptive. We've had pump fakes before. But, yeah, like I'm saying, this has my attention right now. I think it's very fascinating because we're still negative. Most of the market is down. But like I'm telling you, right now you have these safe havens moving, bro. Apple pop. Let's see, Starbucks chilling out. Yeah, Apple into the high. Apple's only down 0.5%. MSTR, Bitcoin. Yeah, bro, something's happening in fucking currency land. It's the where's the damn dollar, bro? Money's fucking moving around. I just don't know why. Yeah, but even then, the dollar, I don't know. This is fucking odd. Because that's what I'm saying. Bitcoin, you view it as a currency. I mean, it is cryptocurrency. But that's what I'm saying. You're getting all these little weird moves. I'm really kind of ignoring equities right now. Again, you have that China sanction thing on euro. All right. Trump at 11. Okta, too. They had earnings. Rawlings, sugar tariff rates to be determined. So, that's interesting. That's related to agriculture. Let's go, baby. Way to post it out, Patrick Parker. I see. He told you a daily, 80 cents. And he sold for 80, baby. Look at that. He posted it. He had time to post it. He had time to flex it now. And he can. Y'all don't feel him. Y'all don't see. Look how easy that is. Look how easy that is, bro. Good work, baby. Good work. Gold turn. I mean, dude, something is moving. I don't know if it's fake or not. That's it. That's all. But then again, we didn't have to do much today already, and we're knocking on the door at 5,500. Cruise, dude, that CEP is going up too. I don't know. I don't really like cruises. I've never been on one in my life. I've been on a boat, but never a cruise. Lots of indices above the 200-day. Yeah, bro. That's what I was saying the other day. There was even some technical things that people liked. But either way, man, I'm taking it patient. We're riding. I mean, the funny part is all of this is just bringing you back to where we started. So RCL, bro, CEP is insane. Did it ever go this high? Yeah, one time. FS says, high ticker is almost fully gas. So maybe it is the end of the month and money is just moving in, but it's like everything in tandem is getting a bid right now. I don't know how to explain it. From safe havens to oil to SPACs to whatever. So it's kind of been like this since the cash opened, but that's what I'm saying. Those signals aren't signaling the same way if everything is going up with it. You pretty much are having a cross-asset bounce all across the board. And then that's a bounce after gapping down, too, might I add. Trump did say this is Biden's market in the morning. He did. He said, I started in January. Why are you blaming me? I want to. It's all Biden. All Biden. All Biden. What? I don't think we're expecting rate cuts. Actually, after the data today and everything else, the rate cut odds finally got a little hawkish in terms of less cuts this year. So I don't think that is it. Oh, is it that? It could be a cabinet meeting, yeah. Hold on. Good find. Tyree. Earnings, no. I failed on both of them. I did UPS and Starbucks and lost both ways. That's why I was saying we got to figure out what the fuck is happening. But then again, this has been one of the worst earnings in like 20 years.
Still, at the end of the day, having the live feeds of this cabinet meeting and some of the commentary.
Yeah, so we are going to have Trump is coming on soon. All right, this makes it even more fascinating. Because literally you're getting this safe haven run, oil bounce, everything's going up, and you are about to hear Trump in the cabinet any moment now. So who knows what the fuck is being said, let alone everything else. So good luck. Today's interesting. And Euro close in fucking 25 minutes. GME pop now again. Bitcoin's still running. TLT? No, that was TL something. Yeah, TLT's actually coming down now, but SPY's still going. Kind of good, though, if TLT goes down. I know that may sound weird, but yeah, like I don't want the safe havens to go up. That's what I'm saying. If all these safe havens run, it freaks you out. So, yeah, they're starting to chill. SPY's about to get to 5,500. You still got 60 points to fill a damn gap, so lock in. I like Google. I failed on that one, too, post-earnings. I didn't play it pre-earnings, but that one didn't even work. So I liked it, though. I liked them a lot, but it went from outperform, hasn't done that in a year, to back to stats. And NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA has moved about 2% from the bottom. So it's kind of odd. And then not to mention all of the earnings today. There could be that. That could just be the earnings premium. And like the earnings IV, that could just be factoring into some of these plays right now. I don't know where Jensen is, but we heard from him a couple times. Google, get NVIDIA. Apple's making moves, but look, it's everything else. But let's get another checkup. Because like I told you earlier, 90% of the market was in the red. Dow is still 6 red. So at one point, it was like 6 green, 24 red. And then NASDAQ, 15 green, 86 red. So literally like 6 names went positive on the NASDAQ in the last like 30 minutes, hour. And then SPY, 89. So you've had another 20, 30 names go green. So there's still a lot of pressure, a.k.a. everybody is still holding their gap down. A majority of the names on the market today. And there's Boeing. Whoa, high ticker's really running, though. So lock in. SPX is above 555, yep. So then 5507, then 5517. You guys remember this. We're back to doing that again. So get ready. Dude, you're not even close to going green, though. You have a long way. High ticker fully nonstop. Good. All right, so watch out, though. Earnings, if you are going to play any earnings, I'd start paying attention to those premiums. It's very early, but look at what's happening. And then the gap, and that's why I think you are getting some of that feeding into the premium. Robo is about to go green. Who's the other one? Or someone else that reported or has a report. Melly. Oh, did Staples come back up? Yeah. So not bad. That's a big source right there. NVO kind of getting volume. And then watch Pfizer too. Pharma, they've kind of been on fire. GME is on the high. Plug. Palantir. I think you're getting even small caps playing along now. And then there's Meta. Yeah, and there was a Navarro comment on Boeing. So ever since that, Boeing was literally been running. Boeing is a going, as they say. I don't know if there's any news. I think just small caps or maybe shorted stocks are kind of getting a bid here. But this is what sucks because, like, you feel this. Spain's antitrust said to clear BBVA's Sabadell bid. But it's like, if this is a big move, man. This is, 80 points off the bottom? You just went 80 points in less than an hour? Or a little bit more than an hour? And then, yeah, you're still red by 1.5% with like 80-something% of the market red. So that's just the only unfortunate part about this. Because it's a big move up, and there's been a lot of buying today, but it's still lower. So that's why we'll see. Watch those levels. High ticker, though, still nonstop again. And we should be, you have Trump right around the corner. We're going to have a cabinet meeting, so that will be live here. We haven't gotten any comments, but we might. So they might come out before, but that's kind of the next thing you're looking for. Otherwise, you've gone through all the economic data today, and then you just have earnings after the bell. How do you deal with the frustration of missing the move? You just don't get frustrated. You can laugh at it, make a joke. I like to do that, but also, too, like, I haven't done anything today. You guys know that? I'm just chilling because I don't like it. So be okay with it. Be at peace, my brother. Let it come to you. It will hit you in the face. You don't have to chase it. I don't know if that's the best advice I could give. And get a long term, bro, for real. You know, the long term is a really good thing to help you emotionally. You missed moves every day and don't even know it. That's crazy. That's facts, bro. Why you going to drop them with that wisdom like that? Why you going to do them like that, bro? It's early, bro. Yeah, that's facts, bro. That's facts. You could stop it. That's amazing. Oh, man, they don't feel you, bro. I don't think they feel you. That's too true. It's a little too true. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you missing shit every day you don't even know about. Swing, ya bum. I'm not swinging. Okay, 5504. Wait till 5507, then 512, and then 517, I think. 55. I'm just speaking short. It's your emotional support long term. Hey, man, for some people, that might be enough. Yeah, so remember, guys, if you didn't have time to post the play, you don't have time to tell me how much you made. You know what I'm saying? Out of love and respect. I don't mean it negatively. If you take that negatively, you just might be a bitch. But if you don't have time to post it, you don't have time to tell us how much you made. I think it's reality. Yeah, CEP. That one's crazy. CEP. MLTX. That looks like oh, no, it's big. CPP is this fucking scam. Now, am I making money off this scam? Yes. That's what I told you guys, but be careful. But yeah, this thing's a fucked up thing. I can't believe, that's why I was like, man, I knew what they were going to do with it. So watch, I'll show you what I'm going to do. But that thing's almost up 100% on equity. That's crazy. There is a Trump meeting right around the corner. We are waiting for it. We will. I said it. There's a lot of people underestimating the trade deal shit still, and to the upside. But then, like we talked about with the deficits, I think that is the key. TEN Banyan Hill long idea. TQQ Apple. Oh, you said TER? Pterodon. And then Meta's now, again, all these earnings are just, they're doing it. Again, some of they're still red. They're just kind of running up. Okay, did I get filled? Yeah. So, I have sold my CEP, and I have made it free. So, you guys should get an extra 10%, I hope. But I sold out at like 90-something% on equity. But I now have 50 free shares of this shit for the rest of my life. So, I am involved in their little scam for free 99 now. SMG, I don't know if it was earnings or not. Oh, and then SFM, that's the other one. But yeah, GG's, bro. No. Yeah, SFM, that was another one. They're reporting after the bell. They have heavy positioning. And then we're still up. Again, Trump is 15 minutes behind right now. OBR. All right. Cali's actually a little cold. I think it was raining this morning. Bro, it sucks. It's sunny during the week, and then every weekend it gets cloudy. I'm so mad. That's what happened to me last weekend. I just want sun. MQ. The high-low ticker is just on the day, yes. This is just for today, intraday. Again, 52-week highs are highlighted, or 52-week lows as well. He's letting people take his positions before he runs it up. Yeah, man, I think they're aware. And I just don't think that's fair. I personally believe that the people who promote that narrative are the ones doing it. I genuinely believe it now. And I think that's why the White House shifted some of the reporting to the morning. Because now you can't say Kayleigh brings the market down. Because every time she said anything the last two mornings, nothing. And then they do the media one. But like I'm telling you, I keep hearing people like, oh, they're insider trading and doing. And again, there is stuff you could see in many places, but I genuinely think it's the people who are saying that. Do you understand? I really hope you guys get it. Because it's at some, and I think the Trump admin gets blamed for it. I think they're trying to avoid it, and I think they're trying to do things differently because you have Wall Street doing what Wall Street does, bro. You're watching literally people, and they're like, oh, it's Wall Street Journal, it's WAPO, it's CNN, it's all, it's Bloomberg. So, I don't know. I see people say that, and I know you may have a negative view, but I don't know if you actually care about it, but I genuinely think it's the people that are doing that. It's insane. And that's why I'm like, so just be careful. And I wouldn't be surprised if the White House starts changing the schedule to highlight this. Because you're not, like, I don't even want to participate to a degree. That's why go get your long term. But, nah, man, I think the same people calling fraud are the one committing it. I can probably easily, actually, when I look at all of how it's played out, and shout out to Larry Fink. So, yeah. It does. That's just the reality. That does tend to be the case, sadly. So, either way, though, I don't care about Trump. I don't care about them. I care about you guys. Be safe. You see what I'm saying? That's why don't put yourself in a mindset, like protect yourself. Think before you take a trade and just understand everybody's out to get you. Do you understand that? And I don't mean it in like a paranoid way. Don't be scared, but like you got to get away from this team ideology. Like why, you know what I'm saying? Why do you think, like, do you think they're going to help you then? So you think like who is it? If somebody's doing this or that, fake news, big bond option plays, all of that, like why are we acting like it's a team game, bro? You see what I'm saying? So just be safe and think critically and just realize people are going to try to get you to part with your money on multiple different beliefs you may hold. So think about that and be wise. You're all in on calls. I would not expect anything less from somebody named Daily Option Trader. But are you going to post the plays? I'll give you time to post them. So post your exact plays because unless you want to make me another $5. So it's up to you. It's up to you. Post the play, baby. Post the play. What do I think about Playboy? Come on. Haram, Habibi. Haram. Haram. Go play outside, Habibi. Why you want to play with the boys, huh? Look what happened. You see what happened to the people. First it is Playboy, then it is a play with boys, huh? Look what happened, huh? Go play outside, Habibi. Go play outside. Yallah. That's what my dad would tell you. So there you go. Oh, man. Baidu and Baba, Flushing, China. There it is. Okay. So I hope you enjoyed your running up, but now all of the safe havens came back, so that was fake. Everything was cross-asset rally, and now we're getting dip on China, a new low on some China equities. So watch out for it. I could see your chat history from every video. Any video you've commented on, it is on your chat facts. And even all your comments on the videos. All in one place. Oh, yeah, I don't think he went all in calls. He didn't post any play. Damn, now I got to go ban him? Fuck. Now I got to go find him. But I'll just dangle hey, NVIDIA Daily. You want a NVIDIA Daily? Come here. Oh, I found him. It didn't lure him out. I was trying, I was like, Gamma. Oh, Gamma squeeze. Let's see if he shows up. I said, you got to throw the right bait and they'll come. But, yeah, I already got him. It's fine. Oh, naked short. I'm having way too much fun today. For only taking profits, I'm having way too much fun. Way too much fun. And then we're still down 1.5, man. All in on tech. I'm just banning you. Fuck that. That's it. You see what happened? I'm like nice and cute to the first guy. And now the other guy's like, I'm going to try it now, Josh. I'm all in. That's it. No, bro, you're just banned. It's not even cool anymore. That's it. Now I feel bad, but I had to do what was done. And then don't email me, none of you who get banned. I will unban everybody in June. But if you have had multiple bans, you are not getting unbanned. I don't care how nice you are or what you say or anything. That does not change the fact that we have given multiple shots here. So at the end of the day, don't trip about it. It's not that big of a deal. Go make a new account. Otherwise, by end of June, End of the quarter, we will be unbanning everybody. What if you find me a good house deal? Oh, I'd pay you money. IBM. All right. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Another candle. We still don't have Trump. Yeah, we're waiting. But yeah, a lot of things pop right there. Even pizza. But a couple of just green shoots all across. Very interesting. All right, well, you're still holding up. High ticker, every velocity is almost maxed out. Again, you had Baba just selling there, and that kind of took us down. Baba's still at the low. At the risk of getting yelled at? No. You're not. It's not that. So I'm already banning you. The risk is that you're not putting the play beforehand, you guys. Do you see what I'm saying? So just stop with this like lame, I'll talk about it later. Let me try to make it sound educational because you guys are just circumventing it. That's all. Just post the play ahead of time. I have zero problem with that. Ask Patrick Parker. Ask anybody here dropping plays, PNC. I can name you a bunch of them, bro. There's people dropping plays left and right ahead of time. So if you can't do that, just, I'm sorry. This is a different league, my friend. Go to the other plays, the places that will allow that, but not here, unfortunately. See, buy in 20 SPY, 548s. There you go. Post it ahead of time if you want to fucking talk about it. Exactly. That's it. 100%. There's more accountability, more credibility. It's more respect, everything. So I would appreciate it, and I think everybody else would too. I said we could remove the rule, and they didn't want it. So I was willing to negotiate, but we know what it is. Woo. Any creative levers? Yeah, maybe just invite Powell over to Mar-a-Lago. There's always that rumor, the Mar-a-Lago Accord, but I think we might be a little far from it. We just got to get some other things. Canada going down. I'd watch the currencies again, but that thing I was freaking out about has already faded now. So now all in tandem, they bounce. SPY's actually doing way better. And then the currencies have moved. I would argue the dollar went up. It wasn't earlier. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so that makes sense. The dollar didn't move on that. Remember, I was like, dude, where's the money going? Then it dropped, and then it went back up. We should, honestly. Someone should help me find the easy way. We should have that. I'll do it. Best play of the week. If you post your play ahead of time, I'll find a way for you guys to submit it. I'll give you money. The best play every week will get a reward. Actually, I'm going to give out gym memberships. That's what we're going to do now. So if you guys want to win shit, I'm going to give away gym memberships. You're like, what the fuck am I going to do with this? Exactly. Get moving. Coinbase urges Supreme Court to end IRS surveillance of crypto users. Oh, but protect the FTX list. Ooh. SMCI. Do ClassPass. Bro, my girl told me about ClassPass. Her friend is like, you could go to Pilates everywhere. And you could go here. And then, yeah. I was like, wow. So, but I only did Pilates once. You got your mom that? Dude, apparently people like it. Like, you could actually go anywhere. You hear it's hard. Yeah, I just discovered it. Oh, it is push-up time and Euro close. Woo! Real Pilates, nah. But, like, I had to explain it to my girl because she kept doing, like, she's loving Pilates. But then, like, one of her friends has been doing Pilates for, like, a really long time. And, like, let's just say there hasn't been too much progress. And that's what I was trying to explain to my girl. I'm like, yeah, baby girl, Pilates is great for mobility and other things. But I'm like, it's not. Like, you need load. You need load, baby girl. You got to get out there and just, that's the only other way. It's good. I like it. I like Pilates. I'm telling you, I need it. I like kind of do Pilates like workouts in the morning, but great for mobility, flexibility. I love it. I thought I had a great time at Pilates, but you can't just do Pilates. You need load. Man, you're still chilling. We are waiting for Donald Trump right now. It was invented by a dude. I forgot his name, but he's like the Rob or something. Yeah, the guy who invented, it was a guy who invented Pilates. I think he was in prison. There was something about it. I remember, she told me this. Yeah, Pilates has a wicked story. White House stream is live. Is it? So I got another one. I got a direct feed, but yeah, they said they'll begin shortly. Okay. I got 2 up. We'll see whichever one goes live first. Watch your ears. I have unmuted audio, so someone's going to pop up at any moment. So be careful. No love for Taibo. Taibo. I did Taibo back in the day. When I was a kid, I tried a Taibo workout. It was fun. That shit was popping. Honestly, I think we're due for a... Yeah, bro, I didn't think about it. We're due for a workout video. You know that? Because, you know, P90X? Dude, that was like 2016. That was like 2015, bro. You know that, right? In the modern world, 10 years ago, a workout video still went viral. Yeah, I think we're due for another one, bro. It happens every like 5-10 years. No matter what, there's always like a...
We've just completed what many are saying is the most successful. What was that noise?
Got him.
Must have been Elon.
Ah, he looks bright today. He looks less tired. It's 100 days. He's all right. Airbus expects to deliver 820 aircraft. Adjusted EBITDA is $7 billion. Airbus numbers. Watch Boeing. Reiterates full goals. Says tariffs add complexity. Carvana popping too. Again, watch Boeing. Airbus earnings and numbers.
Secure border in American history by far. 99.9%, which is a number that nobody thought was
P90X was 04? Bro, I swear it was like 2015.
The legislature to get
I remember 2015, people were going crazy over P90X.
You just had to have the right president and the right people working it. Congratulations, by the way, and to Tom. For 2 months in a row, we have set the all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossings released into the United States is down 99.999%. That is usually 100%. So I think it's an amazing tribute. And Christy, congratulations, and Tom and everybody else. It's an amazing job, actually. And it was done very quickly. We officially designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we're expelling these monsters from our country rapidly. and working with the Department of Justice. Pam, you're doing fantastic. Your people are amazing. We're having some
amazing people.
Judge problems. Everybody's reading. We're having some judges that don't like, killers, murderers being thrown out of the country. So I don't know what their problem is, but we have little difficulty. We won on the basis of a great border and of getting criminals out of our country. That was why we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. Every metric we won by a lot. It was a massive victory, and we won.
Oh, UNH, they got
because
murdered
of this issue. I put this issue as #1 issue, and they don't want us to do what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, Airbus killed it
I hope the Supreme
on net
Court
profit.
is going to fully
And they didn't. They said
understand what's going
uncertainty on
We
tariffs,
have
but
to
not
get
too
the
bad.
criminals out of our country, and that's the basis under which we won the election. Core GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today, and I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, it's the quarterly numbers, and we came in.
GE on the high. I think they report after the bell. GE Healthcare was in the morning, I think.
That Biden was doing in terms of the economy.
Honestly, a lot of poppers at highs, but they're all still red, and none of these are like news developments. He hasn't said anything that's hit the wire yet either.
Core GDP, removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3% when you add it. We had numbers that, despite what we were handed, we turned them around, and we were getting them really turned around. Gross domestic investment was a whopping 22%. Now, that is a number that people are coming in at numbers. For instance, I just walked in, I heard Samsung.
Was it headed? No, you just heard him say that.
Because of the tariffs, they're going to build massive facilities in the United States. If we didn't do the tariffs, they wouldn't be doing that. So it takes a little while to get those facilities built, but they're coming in with big numbers. They're all coming in with big numbers. We have more money being spent than at any time in the history of our country. We're up to close to $8 trillion, I think I can say. And really, it's going to be a lot higher than that.
Do you have your
Those are just the
long-term
ones
yet?
that we know about. $8 trillion.
Because you've posted like 3 or 4
I'm
different
not
penny
gonna say,
stocks
but
in the
I don't
last
think-
like month.
I'm not sure if Biden
I
did
hope
$1
you have
trillion
that
for
locked
4
down,
years,
Daniel.
$1 trillion. But we're at $8 trillion for 2 months, because let's give us a pass on the first month. We were sort of getting a little bit used to things, right? But after 2 months,
All right, well, good luck.
$8 trillion.
Way to
There's
post the
never
play.
been a number like that, and that includes chip companies, car companies, every form of manufacturing, high-tech companies. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So $8 trillion. I can talk about gross domestic product, gross domestic investment. I can talk about a lot of things, but
No, I don't care about it. I'm just looking out for you. That's all.
And these
That's all I'm
people are
saying.
coming in,
Like
our
just as a
Secretary of
reminder,
Commerce spent
if you are
a
trading
weekend,
way
he
more
went
than
down
your
to,
long term,
Arizona to
that
see
could be a
what was
recipe
happening
for
with the
disaster.
chip, the biggest chip company
That's
in
all.
the world. And he said, Howard, you said you've never seen anything.
Yeah,
like
these
this.
those comments are hitting the wire now.
So they're
It's just all about
investing
yesterday, cars, chips, all that shit.
$165 billion in 1,100 acres in Arizona, and
That's the
they're building
TSM.
the
This is
highest
Lutnick.
tech chip manufacturing, semiconductors, and 4,000 employees. American tradecraft, right? Technicians doing every kind of work. The classic foundation.
Gulf of America hat. Wow.
Building it, they had 14,000 people. They're expecting 40,000 people to build the rest.
Why
of their
so many
plants
hats on the
and
table? It's
deploy
called marketing,
20,000
bro.
people
Marketing.
The rest of the time.
And
This
you
is
never
all
s-
driven.
You never saw a site like that.
And this is all driven by your tariff policies. No chance this be happening without you.
It's going to be about 40% of the chip market from that one section, and this is the biggest chip maker. They have 99% of the market. They come from Taiwan.
Whoa,
And,
Delta,
unlike
something
the
with
Chip Act,
airlines.
which was done by Biden, where they hand everybody billions of dollars.
And then
The thing
Saudi
about
has
it is
briefed
money.
allies,
Money.
kingdoms, something with
It's an
airlines.
incentive to come in, and the tariffs, they're building because of the tariffs.
Yeah, oil, Saudi
I'd
Arabia,
like to say
they just made some
they're building
comments.
because of November 5th, the election, and the tariffs, but I'm going to be a little more blunt. They're building because of the tariffs.
Yeah, they're saying, I think, more oil
Gave them
supply.
the tariffs. So,
Kingdom can sustain period of low oil.
it's amazing
5
when you
sources
look, and
tell
these are
Reuters.
not
Oh, fuck.
companies that
It's
go
a
out and
Reuters
say,
one,
"Well,
though.
we're
Be
gonna build,
careful.
we have to go get our financing. Let's go."
But the last
Like,
Reuters OPEC
we
one,
would,
it wasn't fake. So
New York,
I don't know,
everybody
but like
look around, you get a building
Reuters is
site,
king
you
of
look
fake
around,
OPEC
you
news
look around for
and fake oil
financing,
news. They're the
6
king of
months,
it. If you
you
think
get
they've done anything,
you're building
they're the
the
king of
market
the
would be
oil
big, you
rumors,
make money, the
like the
market
fake
would be dead,
ones.
it wouldn't be so so pretty.
to
You
just
have
see.
negotiate,
But
blah,
the
blah.
most recent
It's
one did
different.
not
These
get
people have so
rebutted.
much money, they
I
don't know
recall
what to
that,
do.
but yeah, Saudi
They asked
officials
Howard,
tell
did
Reuters
they finance
they're
it?
cool
No,
with
they
low
don't
oil,
do
low.
cash.
That's pretty much
They say that site, and
TLDR.
they just started, you know, they just announced it like a month ago, and they've
And
already
airlines all
started. He said,
popped.
"I've
I don't
never
know if
seen
it
a
was
site
off
like
oil
so
or
big."
off of Trump.
You know, you're talking about
I think oil, sadly.
essentially a $50 billion building. Now, if you build a warehouse for $50 million, that's a big warehouse, Scott. But a $50 billion building, that's a lot. They're building the electric. They've become a utility. And
How do they get away with
right
it?
to become. They're
Because
going to build their own electric.
all they have
They're
to
gonna
do
build
is
their own
do that,
electricity, which
make
they
the
need
play, and
tremendous
then tell
amounts
you,
of
look,
electricity.
it
They're
was
gonna
Howard
build it
Lutnick
themselves.
who did it.
Anything they have
They
left
don't believe
over,
it.
They'll hook that into the grid.
That's exactly
But the
how
grid
they
is
get away
old
with
and
it.
they're unreliable, and bad things can happen to grids. I said, if you want, you can hook into the grid, but that's a little bit risky. Or you can build your own electricity and become your own utility. And they, I think, in all cases, are deciding to do that. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot of things going. We took over on January 20th. These are quarterly reports. We took over on January 20th. The tariffs
ERJ?
haven't kicked in yet.
Adam Breyer?
I know that, and I don't want this to happen.
All right, Bob on the
know
low.
that
That's
China's
weird,
doing
though.
very poorly
Usually
right now.
China likes
I
low
just saw some
oil.
reports
So
coming
again,
out,
it looks...
and I don't
Oh,
want that to happen to China. I like the president.
positive China.
President Xi. I don't want it to happen.
At certain point, hope for... This is bullshit. Market, he just said, I hope for a deal with China. So he sounds good about it, but that's way too much for that comment.
Boats in the world carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen.
Fairness
before.
with
These are the
China
biggest boats
includes
in the world, biggest
IP.
cargo ships in the world, and they're coming.
But yeah,
and they're
he
turning
did say,
around in the Pacific
yeah,
Ocean.
China's doing poorly. We already talked about
U-turn
that.
Going back because they don't want.
But again, the one that hoped for a deal with China.
tariff,
That's
but
the
at a
one that
certain
caused this
point,
right
I
here.
hope we're gonna
But
make
he's
a deal
talking
with
China right now.
We're talking to China, but their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product.
Yeah, but if oil's down, bro, and that China, like, Baba should be up with oil going down. That's why I think airlines hit that pop.
Just buy, sell. So we'll see what happens. But, you know, I was not. Somebody said,
Oh,
well,
dude,
we're
look
happy.
at that.
I said, I am not happy. I want China
See?
to do well.
Are you blaming Howard Lutnick for a fucking 2% drop on that? Reuters could have made millions off of that, but you would blame somebody else.
We have some letters.
They don't feel me.
The
And watch, if that ends up being
secretaries
fake, you'll
and
see what I'm
people
talking
around
about.
The table are making statements about how they're doing and what's happening, and I could start with Pete.
STX.
On the left, because he's my least.
Whoa,
controversial
STX,
person
decent
in
pop.
No, they don't know how good he is. So we'll go around the table and you can hear it. And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this. He didn't do this.
That is true.
Mr. President, I think we're controversial because we're over the target.
Okay, Marriott and Hilton. What the fuck is this? I think oil down. They're still red, but I'm noticing travel names popping right now.
Elsewhere because of Joe Biden. And what we have seen since your election and the inauguration has been nothing short of a recruiting renaissance.
It's true.
Decades. It hasn't been decades since we've seen this kind of recruiting in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force. The men and women of America want to join the United States military, led by President Donald Trump.
And the police, by the way.
Absolutely.
And fire. I always mention the fire, but the police and fire. But the police and fire likewise are, I mean, they have waiting lists now. And 6 months ago was a disaster.
Truly historic. We can barely absorb the volume and retention as well. Men and women in the military who don't want to get out now that they have a real commander-in-chief. We're reinforcing standards. We're going to be fit, not fat, in our formations. We welcome back all the folks who were forced out because of the COVID mandate. We've ripped wokeness out of the military, sir. DEI, trans.
China, don't want China's product unless they're fair.
Again, at the DOD. We're rebuilding the military, sir. The Golden Dome is well underway. F-47, reassuring allies and deterring enemies. We found nearly $6 billion in DOGE savings that we're going to reinvest, including $50 billion from the Biden administration focused on things like climate that have nothing to do with lethality and warfighting. And we will have, as you said, sir, the first $1 trillion budget that we plan to spend wisely on behalf of
See,
our
bro,
warfighters.
man, Americans are
Sir,
scary,
we've
bro.
gotten help
When
to
you
get
put the
100%
scary ones in
operational
place.
Control of the border, come alongside
This motherfucker,
DHS,
he's just-
CBP.
What do you mean climate? They're not lethal.
Who now, because of the new national defense area, sir, can help.
Like,
detain
you guys don't forget,
illegals
like, I
off the
grew up
border
most
and
of my
hand them over
life
to
with
sea.
America.
It used to be if you saw
Fucking
camouflage
just
on the border,
psycho
they could
warmongers,
hold binoculars,
dog,
and
so-
that's it.
Dog,
And
he's
now
lethal.
we can detain and
We need
assist.
lethality.
We're going to get 100%
Only
operation control of
lethality.
that border. Our NATO allies know they have to step up. The Houthis in the Middle East are feeling the weight of American power, and we're deterring communist China. So because of your leadership, sir, I believe we're making the military great again. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Howard?
So I have the pleasure of running the investment accelerator,
All
which
the
looks to
hats.
recruit these companies. And you've never seen anything like companies committed to building in America.
I bet you that was like a loyalty test.
$2.5
You know?
trillion to build in America based on your
Bro,
tariffs.
I know it's funny,
Sovereign
but
countries all
I swear
backing
this is
the
a
whole
loyalty
Middle East
test
and
or
all these
something.
countries backing their sovereign
You know what I'm
governments.
saying?
They all want to invest in America.
I saw
and they're
who
coming
didn't
in
bring a
again,
hat.
Over $3 trillion.
I'm just saying, notice the ones
So
that
just
don't
those
clap
two
when
topics,
you
the
succeed.
$5.5 trillion
The ones who don't bring their
the whole
hat.
pharma industry
Are you
knows it's
ashamed?
gotta come home because
Are you
America
ashamed of the
pays for
hat?
all the drugs of the world. So the pharmaceuticals have to come home, right? Autos coming home, industrials coming home. So
Oh, that view. Zoom out, bro. I want them to zoom it out again.
Secretary of Labor together and
It looks
Secretary
so
of,
funny.
Education together. We're going to train the workforce.
Yeah, 59
to build
on
America.
oil, bro. It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Well, I was
We've got
getting
so much
murdered
money
off of
traveling
that.
around, the attention on the Trump
Dude,
gold card.
which is
makes
good,
me
though.
very
This should
popular.
bring
Last
down
night,
yields.
I was out to dinner and someone came up and said, "Can I buy 10?" And how do I buy 10? And I'm like, "That's pretty good. It's $50 million for dinner." So I was paying for my dinner. The External Revenue Service, right? You've got the tariffs and the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars coming in to build the External Revenue Service. And
Let's
our
go,
objective,
baby.
Of course, is to replace the Internal Revenue Service.
I appreciate
let
you,
those
man. Way to pay the
outside
plug.
countries
Amen.
trading with us, let them pay their fair share to America. And then, of course, you got rid of de minimis. And what happened is these foreign countries were sending in little packages for free and knocking out our mom and pop businesses across America. You put an end to it, and you're going to rebuild the mom and pop and the small business of America. You're their president, and I'm proud to support you.
It's very important. De minimis. It's a big deal. It's a big scam going on against our
Big
country.
scam.
It's really small businesses, and we put an end to it.
Mr. President, so CAFE standards, we have the fuel economy standards on vehicles that are going to go to 50 miles per gallon. We are going to rewrite those standards, bring it down to something that's far more reasonable.
Okay.
Elon's fine with that, I hope. But it's going to drive down.
That's great.
It's going to drive down.
But then again, I don't know what investments were already made. They're talking about changing the
for families.
car,
Also,
gas mileage standards that Biden
had
put
the
in.
social cost of credit when we build infrastructure, roads and bridges, adding 3 to 5% on infrastructure costs. We've gotten rid of the social cost of carbon, driving down the cost to build roads and bridges across the country. We have what is called follow the law. So we have so many states and municipalities that don't follow the law. So whether it's DEI, discriminating against Americans, whether they give illegals driver's license, or they're sanctuary cities or states, if you don't follow the law, if you're giving license to illegals, if you're having DEI policies, we're not going to fund your projects. So you got to certify in your state or in your city to get road and bridge money or rail money.
With some of the
that you're actually
conversations I've been
following the law,
having,
which includes
well, we
executive
are on
orders,
members only,
from you, Mr.
but
President.
some of them
We're
are
cutting back
fake.
funding.
They have to be. I saw a video.
research
I'm gonna
money,
find
Mr.
it.
President,
What's his name? Lord
to
Wavy Bone.
universities to,
Bro,
do research
get Lord Wavy
on,
Bone. You liked the video.
more
Bro, I saw a
equitable,
video of a
sustainable
bot farm
transportation
yesterday.
systems.
It was
Projects
scary.
that'll, use
I've
data
seen
and
bot
public
farms
demand
back
to
in the
inform
day.
policy and
I've told you guys about
infrastructure
bot
benefiting
farms.
diverse
I don't know if you
communities,
remember that.
including
Oh,
women and
dude.
gender non-conforming people.
Now
This
with AI, the
stupid
bot
waste of
farms are
money.
terrifying.
We're pulling that money back from universities.
Oh,
We should
yeah,
do good
bro.
research.
Oh,
if
yeah.
we're doing research in universities.
I'll show you. I
And
gotta
then
find
one
the
last
video.
thing,
I'll find it for
air
you. Bro, it's
traffic control.
insane.
We don't have enough air traffic controllers. We're about 3,000 short.
What do they do? They argue with you.
The union, so
I would bro, I'm telling you, bro.
become
When
retirement
I
eligible.
go non-members
We're gonna
only,
cut a deal to try to get them to
I
stay
guarantee
longer,
you
stay
some
in
of the
tower.
people you have been
And then we have a
arguing
plan to
with
put more
are
butts
straight
in
up
seats.
bots. Even on Twitter too. Not everybody. That's the beauty of our community. Like we have a lot of real people. I think you could tell with options activities and other things, but it's like, dude, you could even on Twitter, bro. I saw this video. It was crazy.
We have very obsolete equipment for air traffic controllers. The equipment, the towers have horrible equipment. It's been renovated for years. A couple of them. The money they spent over the last 4 years, this Buttigieg did a horrible job. They wasted billions and billions of dollars hooking up wire equipment to non-wire equipment to satellite equipment, and a third-grade student would know it doesn't work. You can't.
No, like I'm telling you,
they wasted tens of.
I don't know.
billions
I
of
need to get a
dollars.
number on this, but
we want
the
to put
odds
a
of
brand
you
new air
arguing
traffic control system
with a
in, and you
bot
might
on
want
the
to
internet is very high.
It's
It's higher than you
It's a
think.
state-of-the-art system.
That's the better way to put it. I would hate to misrepresent it, but the odds of you arguing with a bot is higher than you think. And I don't think I don't even comprehend. It blew my mind, bro. Because bot farms have been around, but never to, now AI has just made it next level.
Infrastructure around air traffic control. And so if we don't build a brand new system, there's going to be.
Okay, you're going down. No headline. Latest one was the Day Minutes one. He's been talking about some of the EPA stuff for changing the environment.
After you build a brand new
this is
system,
just natural movement. Some of you called out currencies.
To actually build on top of it, but no one has done this, Mr. President. There's band-aid fixes that have happened over the course of 20 years. You can't have a band-aid fix. It doesn't get done. It has to be brand new. The technology, it looks like it's out of a 1980s movie. Old computers, floppy disks. We're using copper wires, not fiber. So there are great solutions we have available that, and by the way, everyone's sick of their delayed flights or their canceled flights. We have more capacity in the airspace, and if we build this brand new system, what you'll have is more efficiency in the airspace, and it will be safer. So the economy will be stronger. We can have more flights and less delays. So I appreciate your support on that, Mr. President.
Rebuilding that is very important. You wouldn't have had the helicopter crashing into the plane at 400 feet up when it's supposed to be 200 feet. That would have bells and whistles would have been gone over, and you would have heard the screaming equipment saying there's a problem coming up in 15 seconds. You got to do something about it right now. And
Okay,
it would have,
I'm gonna go pee.
also sent
I'm
the
stepping
word right
away.
into the helicopter.
You know the drill.
So I guess you'll be doing the full report on
Eyes
that,
open,
but
eyes open.
It
I'll
was
be right
pretty
back.
obvious what happened. And they were supposed to be at 200 feet. They were at 400 feet, and a terrible thing. And that wouldn't have happened if we had the right equipment. If we had the right equipment, you would have heard bells and whistles going off, and it would have alerted them long before that would have happened. 2 minutes before, it would have had a lot of time. So we have to do this. We have no choice, and we're going to do it. We're going to be very proud of it. They did old equipment in new equipment, and you can't hook in old equipment to new equipment because it's different. Some is satellite and some is ground. The satellite doesn't work. This man would know that better than anybody, but you can't hook up a satellite system to a ground wired system. And if you do, you're wasting a lot of money. They spend billions. This is Buttigieg. They spend billions and billions of dollars trying to patch a system together.
Maybe Raytheon and IBM for ATC contract. That's flashing red.
We're going to have one great big contractor, like
Yep.
the great big beautiful bill, which is going along very well. I guess I like great big beautiful, but we're going to have one great big beautiful contractor.
Yeah, look at RTX.
Maybe Raytheon, maybe IBM.
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh, I got that early.
Maybe any one of 4 or 5 different groups, but you put one in charge. They're very big, very powerful monetarily.
I still don't like any of these fucking plays, bro.
They hook up everything.
I don't like
They do
today.
every
I didn't even
single
like
thing.
yesterday.
So
But
they're
yeah, RTX
responsible for
IBM.
the digging of the ditches and the
One big
fiber
contractor,
and
one big
every
bill.
single element, and it's one system that's hooked in.
And then you
It's
got
not,
weed comments. Check
all these
MSOS. Good
hodgepodge
call, but be
systems that
careful with
don't
those
work
too.
together, and it's
So again, you got
just a shame.
RTX IBM headline here
It's basic
on them getting the
construction,
ATC
but
contract.
it's complex stuff. And
But like I
there
say,
are
some premiums
a few
just they're
companies
not
that do it
out of the monies aren't
unbelievably
moving.
well, and we're gonna
Near
have
the
that.
monies you got to
So,
pay a lot with a huge spread.
Good job, Sean.
I'm
I
passing,
know that's
bro.
that's your
all
big
you. I'm gonna
project.
pass for the next showcase showdown.
It is complex.
Pass,
It's hard to do because as you're building a brand new system, you have planes.
7% on MSOS?
So because it's
That's
complex,
fucking
no one's
massive.
done it, and you've given the directive and the support to make this happen. So
Well,
thank
ours
you.
is going to be an all-new system.
I want the new
It's gonna
car.
all
You know what I'm
hook up.
saying?
It's
I'm
gonna
gonna
be the
pass.
same-
I'm
the same
naked.
tower
Don't look.
is going to have the same
Look
equipment.
away.
And
Okay.
all towers all over the country, all over the world actually, mostly, are going to be hooked in together. And when there's a problem, when planes are too close, you will hear a sound that's very ear-shattering. And I've heard it. And it's amazing. I mean, honestly, it's amazing.
Needs
it's
help
genius
from
stuff,
Congress
and
for funding.
We didn't do that. What we did was just waste money.
Okay, be careful.
Just throwing it right out the window. What they did.
If we find out the
what they
tax
did in
deal and
this
there's
last
other
4 years
problems,
was
that could
disgraceful.
be
Whether it was the
negative.
border
But then
or
again,
this,
the market didn't
name
give
100
the
different things.
bullish
The worst
credit for the
administration
tax
ever.
stuff. So
Okay.
could end up being a dud. And then again, I haven't made any plays today. Today's still
Mr.
kind of
Thank you. And
odd, and we have all those events still.
People understand about the VA is we're part of the national security interests you have, and you've laid the groundwork for that. It's leadership and making sure that with the Secretary of Defense and myself, we take care of veterans on 2 ends. One when they come in, and one when they serve and they've earned the benefits that we have. And one of the things is if we're not doing our job on our end, then the recruitment and all goes down on the other end because we have a full spectrum. That's what leadership is about. What we found, and speaking the last 4 years, is we found an administration that wanted to throw money and people at problems, but they didn't want to put leadership in. They just put money and people at it, and we saw wait times stay the same. We saw issues of suicide rates, death by suicide, not change. We saw a homelessness issue barely go down. We saw disability claims skyrocket when you took place over 200.
See, bro, we need $6 billion for the vets, bro. And honestly, any of you guys, if you want, that's what I want to do now. Now that I think about it, fuck yeah, you know what? I want to apply. I want to work for the VA. I was just telling you, I wanted to do the cops. You guys were asking me if I wanted to join the military. Some of you guys should work for the VA. For real, because they do need help. And like, sometimes the VA is just like difficult, bro. Or at least it was.
We're expanding out options for treatments and others.
Yeah, Apple's right on the cusp of green. Weed, big pop.
New drug techniques that we can help with PTSD, TBI, the things that are affecting our veterans right now.
You work for the VA? No way.
Leadership,
yeah, bro.
People and bring them back.
Let's go. Maybe I got some Chads I could recommend. Do good work there, bro. I appreciate your service,
more claims daily than
for real.
In the last little bit, hit 1 million before has ever happened, and we're actually bringing it down. I've actually
it's a hard job, bro. It's not easy.
He is actually having
like,
a strike force now to
I don't know, man. Do you know what it's kind of like medical? Like when you want to like try to help people and you want to do stuff, but then you get your hands tied because of bureaucracy and red tape, and then like you want to help and then you can't and they won't let you, and then people fall through the cracks. It's hard, bro. It's not easy. That's why like we do have a problem with it in this country, and I hope we could fix it, and I hope we could bring attention to it, but I do know it's very difficult. It's not an easy task. But I do think if you put good people, it will help. You know, the more people who actually care about it, and the people that like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that could be something that I think you put the right people in that machine, and then you get good public support. I think we could do a lot better. But it is hard. I understand the difficulty of it, and it's a tragedy, bro. It really is. So thank you to all the veterans, man. And honestly, you guys know I don't agree with all these wars, and that's why I said it this morning, bro. You have men and women in this country who fought other people's wars. We got in some bullshit ass wars for money and dumb shit, and people gave up so much, dude. How dare us to not honor that and have their backs? I don't get it.
It's not about itself anymore. We're not a self-feeding
$6 billion,
animal.
baby.
It's
Let's
about
go.
a service organization.
Support your veterans.
The best we have, and that's our veterans. And that one, Mr. President, we're just getting started.
Amen.
Okay, Doug, how are you doing with the suicide rates?
We're getting. It's tough, Mr. President. That's something that we're looking at. This is something that we've had $588 million has been spent over the last, especially 4 or 5 years to do prevention, and yet the numbers stayed at 17 or 21, wherever you want to have it. We're now opening that back up, taking in nonprofits. We're bringing in others who have things that are actually looking at. I worked with Secretary Kennedy and others on the idea of we're opening up the possibility of psychedelic treatment and others that give us an opportunity. We got to research it, make sure it's good, but it's opening up that possibility. And I think, again, veterans are understanding now that we're putting them first. When I go to these hospitals, thanks.
I don't know about that one.
And we're seeing
yeah, he just said give shrooms to the veterans. I said it's opening doors, so I mean, hey, I'm not the biggest agreeer of that one, but you know, it is what it is.
Mr. President, it may come as a surprise, but this has been the busiest 100 days in the history of the
By the way, in history. You know, this is the biggest deal ever done. If you sold IBM, ExxonMobil, and 5 other companies together, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. This is the biggest deal ever done.
Oh yeah, why? Where is MindMed?
Of the world.
It's a scam, though. I don't believe it.
I think we're doing.
So I know you guys are telling me all this,
results.
but you know my stance on that.
Secretary Duffy said in his context, because
Oh,
it's
dude,
complex,
they're
no one-
580ing that
so
option
this is
chain.
something, a reordering of global trade that
What
hasn't
the
happened
fuck?
since the end of World War II, and it's long overdue because we've seen manufacturing offshore.
But yeah,
a whole
MNMD
global
off of
trading
that.
system. With the net result of the global trading system is that all the manufacturing goes to Asia and other places. That's a system you have to replace, and that's what you're doing. They said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. We did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week. This is like a break for me to come.
You have the list of with all the countries that want to negotiate.
Sure.
They all
So
want
this
to
is-
negotiate. They want to make a deal.
don't zoom in on this. Yeah, this is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done? Those are some weeks out, but we're working very quickly on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jameson.
Yeah, well, listen, guys, you know where I stand. I don't want to take away from anybody's story. I don't want to disrespect anybody.
4 years, the world
So
experienced a total
this time I'm gonna let it slide for all of it. But you know where I stand on it. Like I said, I could acknowledge it. I would like to help veterans, and I hope things can help them. But I am very against mind-altering drugs. So it is what it is, and I will leave it at that. And this is me giving you an olive branch. If you can't figure that out, then I don't know what to tell you. You know, this is. I'm trying to have us both maturely move along from this conversation. So I hope you can accept that and watch MindMed though if you want to make money. That is news and it's information. So utilize that.
Showing that follow-up and that justice has been incredible. But pulling this great team together, Mr. President, everything from revitalizing shipyards to cyber to space, that takes this entire team working together. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the
Okay, you're ripping Greer. He just said hundreds of offers on trade. Some are weeks out. So that's somewhat positive. Again, Greer has moved us before.
Frankly, of the Biden administration, what happened there was a disgrace. It should have never happened, and Pam is working very much on prosecuting that person.
Do I have the same on pharmaceuticals? I do. I hate them. I hate pharma.
You'll do well.
That's why I own it. I make a lot of money off of their shit, but it's bad. Be very careful.
I don't know if he's going to say anything. He's probably the one person here that's not allowed to talk about the great job he's done, but go ahead anyway.
Mr. President, as you know, at your direction, the CIA has deployed our unique covert action authorities in
Well, I'll show it to you after this. I have the video. I'll show you guys the bot farm shit, and I'll explain what changed, because it's wicked. I haven't seen it like this. Pretty much the scalability of a bot farm because of AI has just skyrocketed. It's insane. Okay, there's MNMD again.
Unfortunately, as much as I would love to detail your accomplishments in that regard, we can't do so in front of this crowd. But you and I both know, Mr. President, that you have had a profound positive impact on America's national security posture, and Americans are safer because of your leadership. What I can talk about publicly is, as has been mentioned, the CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber, who is now being prosecuted by the great Attorney General.
Oh, what a scam.
Providing a measure of justice.
You can't even do 1 penny.
That suffered as a result of that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal.
Okay, watch RTX2. Uber has been running all day. Again, that MindMed is kind of interesting. Again, you had the head of the VA just kind of acknowledge it. He did say he did have hesitation, but he said if they'll look into it.
Sending the message that you will forget about no Americans that are being held in other places unfairly and unjustly. And finally, Mr. President,
no, oh, okay.
is being
0.7. We still have a long way to go.
Your direction, we're going, man. To focus on our core mission and to eliminate the well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community from bad actors in the past, to focus on our core mission and to make America safe again. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Good job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Russell?
We're obviously involved in a number of budget bills that are moving, trying to make sure all of your priorities are reflected in the reconciliation.
I don't know. It didn't sound like he believed in it, but like I'm even saying, and I like this conversation, you know, instead of, I think we could have a real conversation about it, you know what I'm saying? Instead of this help, this drug, this, that, you know what I'm saying? But like, I think he just brought it up, and I think I think the guy sounds like he's willing to explore options. You see what I'm saying? And he said it does seem like they heard some stuff and it could be dangerous, but yeah, he had an open mind. That's it, 100%. That's what I'm saying. I was like, I could accept that. I'm not the big fan of it, and you guys all know that. But yeah, I think he just expressed an open mind towards it and looking into it.
These 10-for-1 goals that we could be in the neighborhood of about $900 billion in savings to American families that would be substantially bigger than that $2,000 number. And the point that I would make, in addition to just savings cheaper to the American people, there's an aspect of wisdom.
Shut down.
Yeah,
and they're used by marketing companies, but it's just like, it's crazy. I can't wait till this ends to show you.
And we found
it's wicked.
This small mortgage lender in Chicago. His name is Barry Sterner. He had a firm called Townstone, and CFPB.
No, why is MTB?
Because he
First Bank.
About crime in Chicago. Literally the same thing that the Democrat mayor had talked about, and they came after him for 7 years on a redlining disparate impact claim and ruined his life. We overturned that. We apologized on your behalf to that individual, and we basically, without having to go through notice and comment, we ended the policy that set that in motion. And so that's happening across these agencies with how they are using their enforcement discretion, and it will only continue based on the stonewall backing that
you're getting a little red
to make these hard calls.
Again, that's what sucks today. It kind of feels like yesterday now. It was way bigger in the morning, but like the little pin and move slow. One big beautiful bill, maybe bigger than tariffs.
Tariffs in a certain sense is we call it the one big beautiful bill, and that's
no, bro, it is.
Senate. And John Thune
again, you guys, this is from 2 days ago on the watch list.
The speaker has been
Remember, I showed you that graphic.
Mike Johnson,
but this kind of pisses me off because I think he's right. This is bigger than tariffs. That's what I'm saying. No matter what happens, this is it. Look here. This was the chart I showed you. This is one big beautiful bill. This is what they wanted it, and it's still a multi-trillion-dollar deficit. That's what I'm saying, and I'm like, dude, no matter what, you have a wicked level of government demand if they get that signed. Tariffs or not, I don't care. It's just like that's more money than we've ever seen. That's like Biden-esque, sadly.
Your stuff is in there, and to make sure we have the border resources, the defense.
So that's why that's going to be one. We're not reacting to it yet, but whenever we get over this shit, that is going to be the next thing. The taxes and the literal deregulation and all of it. Biden's was higher when he first came in, then it was lowered, but this is lower than some, and it is lower than the peak, but it's still, compared to pre-2020, it's ridiculously high. That's what I've said. Again, that's why when Biden did it, I gave you the reaction, and now if Trump does it, I'm going to give you the same exact reaction, fuckers. Like, and that's where it's like, these are historically high for deficits. We don't, like, to put it lightly, 08, after the collapse in the first QE, we ran $1 trillion deficit. That was the first time, and then that was it. Up until 2020. So it's not normal, but 2020 normalized it, and it does seem, if Trump does get this and continues that, I think it'll help things look good and a lot of money, but once again, fuck the future kids, because that is a fat deficit.
You all have been out there spreading the word with community groups in states and media. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and let's work hard for the next 100 and have equally as much success then. Thank you.
And you're doing a great job, Susie. Yeah. I think everybody agrees, right?
Yeah.
So buy a house now? We don't know yet, but if that deal goes through, it could lead to, that would be the inflation. That's what I was telling you guys from the beginning of the year. And I hope y'all can respect that, man. For real, because I told you guys, the whole tariff thing, I'm not worried about tariffs and inflation. The real inflation is caused by money supply. That's what I've told you guys, and everybody hides that fact. Both the Republicans and the Democrats, they act like it don't exist. So, yeah, if we do get that big, beautiful bill, I would be more attentive to that relative to inflation or not. And I think that would be more of a deciding factor than tariffs or anything else. I think that trumps everything, as wild as that may sound. That's why I said I was shocked when I saw it, because that's a large amount, bro. I know my history. I hope you do too, but that's a big, big amount. So that will be our inflationary signal, yes or no. So we'll find out. But now we're still in react to everything else mode.
And at HUD, we want to make sure that the resources that we have now, which is American taxpayer dollars, and the Biden administration, they prioritize illegal aliens.
Supply chain does too, but I was trying to make the point at the beginning of the year. There's like two types of inflation, right? There's like goods going up and like increases, supply chain, certain dynamics. But then there's like real fucking inflation, like your houses, interest, insurance, higher general living costs. That's caused by money supply. And most people don't, they look at the other stuff. And then even then the media, both governments, both Republican and Democrat, like I'm telling you, when it's Democrats, they say transitory. When it's Republicans, they say, well, we had to for this and whatever. Because again, Trump did it as well too. When they put out money, and then they blamed everything else, and they tell you to look at tariffs, tell you to look at transitory, supply chain, whatever. Meanwhile, ignoring the fact that trillions of dollars, a majority of our money supply, has been introduced to the system in just the last half a decade. And that right there is the thing. It's not price gouging. It's not that. There's other little moves of inflation, and there's other things that could cause minor increases, and maybe some are larger. But those are all, none of those will be permanent, and they're not going to be like aggressive. But the real inflation that's going to affect you is based off money supply. And that is what I have been trying to tell everybody from the beginning of this year. That's why people are like, you don't think tariff go down? Tariff don't cause inflation? I'm like, it does, but I'm not scared of it. You shouldn't be as scared of it. That's not the one you're worried about. I told you, if they start pumping more money, then we have a real inflation problem. Then we could really talk about that. That's the one you should be worried about.
To the Treasury for the American people. Again, we want to be good stewards over the American taxpayer dollars. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership in this. And we have a tremendous team at HUD, and I'm so grateful to be part of this team around this table to take care of the American people. And
limit orders when I try to make it free. Sometimes mix it up.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
And just notice, try and like put out a
I'm not
limit.
sure if anyone's
If it
heard,
don't
but the
work,
price
just
of
cancel it right away. Or if you're trying to expect to move, but mix it up.
Listen, sir, today on as we celebrate the 100th day, I think that it's just such a joy and an honor to continue to do this work. So thank you for that. We have been obviously very focused on the cost of groceries, specifically eggs led the way, as you have so eloquently discussed over the last few months. And we're holding tight on a very significant decrease, which is great, and investing where we need to there. As I mentioned before the press came in, we have had a massive issue with Mexico on water, getting water to our farmers
the Texas
along
thing.
the border.
Then we are coming down. Last like 10 minutes.
When I worked,
really, not any
in
crazy
Texas
headlines
25
have
years
arrived
ago,
yet.
We were fighting with the Mexican government over the water then. You got involved about 2 weeks
And
ago.
introduce more dollars. That's the funny
evening,
part.
I
You don't
started
need Powell to
conversations,
do that.
As of just a few
Powell
days
just
ago,
does
thanks to
rates.
Secretary Rubio,
That's why I always
Deputy
told you guys what
Secretary
Yellen and Biden did was more disastrous.
I
But that's what I'm
believe in
saying. But
history
I will have
on
the
behalf of
same
our farmers
opinion
and thanks to
if
your
Donald
leadership
Trump
and
does the
strengthening
same thing. Make no
And that's a
mistake.
really
I'm already
big
telling you to be aware of it now.
for those farmers in South
So,
and the southern part of the
yeah.
country. On the energy side, I know we've got Secretary Burgum and his partner Secretary Wright, but we often forget that agriculture has a major piece of the energy dominance
I like Target for the long
agenda,
term.
not
That
just
could be a good
timber,
one.
not
Make
just
sure you don't have
minerals,
too
but
many retail
biofuels.
stocks in your
So we
portfolio already.
continue to support that great
Don't go
leadership
overweight
coming
on
from
retail
those,
unless you want to.
agencies and doing hopefully our part as well, and they've been incredible in that. Our farmers
Putin
have
comments.
been hurting
Under the Joe Biden administration, there was a 30% increase in the cost of input, so the cost of doing business for these farmers over those 4 years. When we left the White House the first time 4 years ago, we had a $0 trade deficit with our agriculture products. After 4 years of Biden,
UK parliamentary standards open probe into Chancellor Reeves
so
over registration of interest.
At a time of very thin profitability for our agriculture community. So the Congress passed because the last administration didn't get a farm bill done either, the farmers were hurting there, so Congress stepped in. I say all that and basically said $10 billion to move out. USDA, fastest in history.
Putin says radio intercepts suggest Ukraine forces are asking help to be evacuated.
So I'm really proud of that, and you'll hear a lot of that from our farmers today, that this USDA is moving more quickly than any ever before.
We're going to hear from farmers?
We're not organizing money based on the color of skin and other ways, which was how the last administration was moving out. We have canceled $6 billion in contracts thanks to our great friend Elon Musk and his Doge team. A lot of those were DEI, gender, studying transgender mice. Who knew? The racism in pest management. We've canceled all of it. We're going through a major restructuring. USDA is one of the biggest agencies. It's sort of a catch-all. And we're really downsizing and aligning around putting farmers first, which is really important. A big part of USDA, though, is food stamps. It is perhaps one of the largest, if not the largest, welfare program.
What?
And
food stamps are through the USDA?
Secretary Kennedy.
I did not know that.
Very closely. We were in Texas.
I don't know what I thought it came, but no way. That falls under the purview of the USDA.
Without, your farmers and your ranchers as your partner. So
and they let them buy soda?
Program, and those at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder really have.
I did not know that.
Nutritious foods as we're facing.
Yeah, I had no idea, bro. That's kind of wild.
And a chronic disease crisis, which I'm sure Secretary Kennedy will touch on.
I guess it is food stamps.
And the final thing I'll say is this morning, Secretary Noem and I, together, and I brought a picture because I think this is important. And
you could buy cigarettes?
This is a South Dakota ranching family.
Big India. We talked about India yesterday. Some of you posted some good ones, but
fifth generation ranching
but you have to go near the money, but it's very hard to play these country ETFs.
His granddad, I'm going to show the press, when he was 17 years old. Those beautiful children, Lyle and Kennedy, his wife Heather. Under the Biden administration, they had, of their several hundred-acre operation, they used about 20 acres and had a fence that had been there since 1910 when their family took over the ranching operation. There had never been really any problem that had been brought to their attention. Perhaps there was a minor dispute over, again, 20 acres. This family was indicted, prosecuted, threatened with jail time, told to find guardians for their children over a fence line dispute that the Biden DOJ pushed forward. So this morning, on the steps of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, with Secretary Noem, who was their governor, as the governor of South Dakota.
OMH again, Vertex.
All criminal charges were dropped.
Again, this is a biotech. Remember, don't forget about that. Vertex has that non-opiate pain drug. I'm actually very interested in that, and I feel like we haven't heard about it since end of the year. But I don't know. Vertex part of pharma.
Those days are over, and the regulation.
Yeah, they're already near the high though.
Is no more. And so this family is one of many that we'll now be talking to ensure that never happens again.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Please, Scott.
Sir, it's been a momentous 100 days with you at the helm. And I view this 100 days as setting the table for peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. So the next 100 days will be harvesting. You've created negotiating leverage and leadership that are going to yield
the verge of becoming a AI superpower.
Energy costs have plummeted. Mortgage rates are down, food costs are moving lower, and American families are finding their financial footing again. I had a group in today. America, under your leadership, is on the verge of becoming an AI superpower. That our economy had become barbelled.
Yeah, check IBM. Because again, he brought them up a couple times, and this is subtly mentioning them. Again, AI, all that shit.
And you're filling in between with precision manufacturing that we're going to be bringing back through good trade policies, good tax policies. Under the Doge at Treasury and the IRS, cost, tech support, and efficiency have increased.
Restructuring your long term, I'm not going to have this conversation with you.
And thanks to
because there's no such thing as restructuring. 10 years. So don't sell anything. If you want to restructure by saving and buying, I can help with that. But I am not doing this. I had a big talk on this last night. It's a bad idea. So I cannot support it.
You couldn't make it up. Trade, taxes, and deregulation. The one big
yeah, that's I like that. That's smart. If you do that and you're like, hey, I want to restructure, don't sell. But keep saving. The stuff you don't want, don't buy it anymore. And if you're like, hey, I do want Tesla, I want Novo, whatever it is, you have to use the discipline and patience. You're not going to miss anything. Yeah, and redirect it, not restructure. Exactly.
Rebuilding it. And as I said last week at the IMF and World Bank
everyone at Besant's
America
are hitting.
First does not mean America alone. Under President Trump, it means leadership.
Listen, make no mistake.
Thank you. Are you busy enough?
You restructure after a decade. I can't stress this enough. Or when you buy a house. You're going to go move it to a higher yielding asset that is safer. A house.
Everybody else at the table,
yeah, that's where you restructure. That's where you can sell, trim, decide what you like and don't.
You know, it occurred to me that.
But other than that, I just think time is what I'm trying to
tell you. The time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated.
Dude, JD, I haven't heard from JD since the Pope, man.
We went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on.
Okay, still coming down. Not really the best in headlines. That is JD.
We went from the proudest military in the world to one in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress in the welfare system. And again, that happened over the lifetime of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days is that we've started to reverse every single one of those negative trends. And I think what it shows to me is that the president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past, and let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who have allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve. He's actually doing the things that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive recruitment shortfall, and in 100 days of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership, we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled here, it's a really interesting question. Why has that happened? Completely aside from the fact that I think it's a good thing or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover, but compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order, and why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100 days, but you've also unfortunately revealed that too much of the American media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Pam?
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country, ever. Ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you. Your directive to me was very simple. Make America safe. And despite that, we've still been defending over 200 civil lawsuits filed against you. On top of everything else, I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. And no, you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions.
J&J,
and now
something
we've got
about
multiple
a drug.
cases in front of the Supreme Court,
pricing
and
of a
we
drug.
will succeed. And we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court.
We dropped there for the last like
President,
30
and we'll
minutes.
continue
No
on with
real
that.
headline driver.
I was at DEA yesterday, and they said to me, you, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office,
Hey,
President
you better
Trump,
do a push-up
your
and a stretch, 'cause
DOJ
that's what I'm
agencies
doing right
have
now.
seized
I'm
more than
I put my mic
22
down and I'm
million
doing hip
fentanyl
workouts
pills,
with a resistance band.
3,400
So-
kilos of fentanyl
That's it,
since
I'm
you've
just
been
saying,
here
bro.
last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking.
True.
They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax, and it's laced with
Why would
fentanyl,
you
and
buy
they're dropping
Tylenol from
dead,
a drug
and no
dealer?
longer because of you,
I'm
what
sorry,
you've done.
Pam.
ATF, since you've been in office, President, along with DOJ agencies, seized 14,500 guns off the streets. Why aren't people reporting that? 651,000 rounds of ammo. That's up 151% from 2024. That's keeping America safe. We've rescinded death penalty.
No, I
We
didn't,
are
bro.
now
You just
seeking
fell
the
off my
death
leg.
penalty on cases. I'm signing death warrants. We are going after terrorism. We are going after arsonists. Whether you're burning Teslas, we will see. We've arrested 9 people so far in 7 jurisdictions. No negotiations, 20 years in prison. Or you're burning down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. We will be there to protect you. And I've been talking to Governor Shapiro, and he greatly appreciated you reaching out as well. ISIS terrorist, we got one in New York, right around the corner. We got an ISIS terrorist in New York. We have an October 7th task force. We just broke up a huge human trafficking ring by the Sinaloa cartel. 1,000 pounds of methamphetamine on our streets. Ton of fentanyl, 20,000 Molly pills. Those are the drug of choice among at clubs and
Why is
bars
she
for young
referring
kids.
to it by
They
the
were fake,
street
but you know what
name?
they had in them? Fentanyl. That's
That'd be like if she
20,000
just
lives
said,
saved because
we
of you.
seized
Right there.
50
We
kilograms of that
brought
za.
numbers from Mexico
That's
in your direction,
she just said
and
Molly.
Killed the Kiki Camareno, a DEA agent, in 1985, and many of us got to talk to his widow and his son.
Dude,
who is
I don't
now
think
a
I've
judge.
ever heard Molly on a
And they
government
started crying.
anything.
They have tried to
Like,
get that guy back.
I guess she
forever.
knows.
And thanks
She
to
knows the
so
streets,
many of
bro.
you in this room working together. They have justice. They were crying on the phone because of what you did, President Trump. Thank you. We're going after anti-Semitism. We're unleashing
Bro, I don't even
everything
think my
towards no
girlfriend
more
knows what
DEI,
Molly is.
no more weaponization.
She'll be like, "Who's Molly?"
We have rescinded, as I said, 200
That's
policies.
funny.
And I could go on all day long, but we are doing everything in our power to keep America safe at your direction.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, President.
You're really doing a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go.
Nice to see you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I think what you've heard amongst this team is the leadership, because it's given us the latitude really to collaborate amongst each other, not only in this room, as Jameson mentioned, we kind of get a break for a couple of hours here, but we stay in contact actually every other day that we're working for you. And I think what that says is, I was speaking to, for instance, the Farm Bureau of Texas yesterday. I'm not the Ag Secretary, but it matters to the workforce. I'm working with the other secretaries, Lutnick and McMahon, on education and the workforce investments that you've asked me to do. Because as you've come in and negotiated these great repatriation of these companies and the investments, we're going to need that workforce to build back this economy. And I couldn't see that more as I've kicked off my 50-state tour. We've been in 5 states so far. We'll finish all 50 states by the end of the year. And what we're talking to
Again,
is the
we were
American
already
workforce
dumping
and
ahead
these
of
companies
Besant.
about what the
He didn't
market
really say
demand
much,
is.
but you
That's
gave
the
up
difference,
that
we
second
finally
half
made
of
that
this rally.
connection.
You're still
What
doing
do they
good,
need?
but
How quickly
we're getting
do
right
they
to the
need it?
opening
And how fast
candle.
can I get
Still in the
these
same
either
situation
apprenticeships
from the AM.
toward that million that we've put that lofty goal. We've already added 80,000 new apprenticeships already just since
Weed is
January.
still going on.
So at the Department of Labor, that tour has kicked off, and I couldn't be more honored to be on the ground and see my colleagues that we're passing in the skies, but we're on the ground together because we're all collaborating together. One of the things that we're talking about, illegal immigration, I have put states on notice. I warned all 50 governors that if they continue to reward illegal immigration by treating unemployment benefits as a handout, they're going to lose their federal funding as well. We can no longer continue to give unemployment insurance to illegal immigrants, and so I've let those governors, and I sent out that letter last week. We also eliminated discriminatory DEI offices within the department, specifically the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. Most of our federal contracts were really just to focus on DEI enforcement. We were really punishing a lot of these companies. If they weren't complying, they weren't going to have a federal content. We've let go of that program completely. $4.4 billion in unspent COVID funds came back to the Treasury from the CARES Act. Billions were collecting dust in these coffers, in the state coffers. We've asked for that money back to return to the Department of Treasury. We saved $250 million by canceling America Last, is what I call it, foreign handouts, including funding for things like transparency and accountability for Uzbekistan cotton industry. It doesn't make sense that we're funding, these foreign, and thank you to DOGE and to the government efficiency of what we have found with the fraud that we're seeing.
I mean, some of these things are sort of.
I was saying, where's Elon?
No, I write them down and I read them more than once.
Cotton farmers?
Yeah, it doesn't
It
make
sounds like
sense.
a comedy sketch.
That's right. And so
Like,
again, with the
that's right,
executive order
Elon, shut
preparing
up.
Americans for high-paying skilled trade jobs of the future.
She's
that's
like, I
our goal.
actually do this job.
The trades is where we're being focused, but all companies, and we want to make sure we're on hand for that.
Elon's there. They got him a high chair. So he's
what I
just
want to
playing,
say
right?
is,
Yeah, I think he has coloring.
Thank you. To government efficiency, because you asked us when this transitions
look at
out,
this
will
picture
our
I made.
departments and our agencies continue
it
that
sounds like a
government
comedy
efficiency? And
guy.
I think that
Oh,
needs
God,
to
send
pass
the
out of
money.
the Department
Yeah.
of Labor. Out of our 14,000 federal employees, 3,000 have taken the DRP, and we offered it again. So over 21% have taken that offer. And we'll keep our critical workforce, MSHA, OSHA, and wage and hour, and make sure our workers stay safe. So with your leadership, Mr. President, I couldn't be more honored to serve. I know we were probably the last
I don't hate
to know each
Elon,
other,
no.
but we're getting to know
I just
each
make
other
funny
well.
jokes, and the
the
fact
team
that
you have assembled
I don't
is really
always
an honor
rip
to
on
serve,
him,
so
that
thank you,
should
Mr.
show you where my heart's at, you know?
Thank you very
That's why some of you make comments, you don't get banned, but if your whole chat
Mr.
facts
President,
is
you
like,
ran on unleashing
I'm like,
American
there's a deeper
energy.
issue.
And 100 days have shown the tremendous impacts that can arise from the unleashing you have enabled. I'll just hit a few highlights. Number one, oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days? That's a messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message
a
to the
Reuters
marketplace
rumor
that
helps,
supply
too.
is easier to grow now, and supply
fair.
will be coming. And that's already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country. And we need not
oil's
only
still down
more affordable
4%.
energy, but we need a lot more energy. One highlight I think a couple of us have touched on is AI.
They tried. I mean,
This is a
obviously
new
there is some.
emerging critical industry
We
that's
support
very
Trump if you
energy
can't
intensive.
see all the hats,
It is
but
not
I would
acceptable
encourage
for the
some
United
of you
States
to
not be the
realize
leader
you
in
never
AI.
had
We
this
must win the
opportunity
AI race and
during
lead in
Biden.
that, and that's going to take a
So
lot more
whatever you
energy.
think they're doing,
If
at
you
the
had
end
not
of the
won
day,
election, we
you
would
are hearing
not
from
have
almost
won
every
the AI
agency
race.
right now in
Full
the
stop.
government, or at least
Energy
one
would
person
not
a
have
part of
been
it.
there to
Not too
enable
many
us
headlines, but we
to
heard
win.
from the VA, we heard from the
Reshoring of
Treasury,
manufacturing.
we're
These
hearing about the
trillions of dollars you net
EPA,
off
we're
with
all
is
of this
gonna come
stuff.
back to the
So
country to make
take
chips,
it
to
however
make
you
steel, to
please.
make
I mean,
automobiles,
obviously,
to make
they're going to
artificial
support the guy who
intelligence, to
gave him a
make all of
job,
these industries
but
we've outsourced.
it's kind of
That's
unique.
only
We
gonna
don't.
be
I mean, again, we're not
possible
really
with
used to
way
this.
more American energy. But we have that energy. We have those resources. We have those businesses. We have those capitalists. We just need to stop standing in the way of them and follow the lead you've set, which is to enable them, not to subsidize them, not to help them, to enable them to invest American money and create American jobs here. Regarding our balance of trade, the second largest export of the United States is liquefied natural gas. Second fastest. In the next few years, it'll be our largest export in our country. But yet, 18 months ago, the Biden administration had said, we're going to stop issuing permits for new LNG export terminals. That's just nuts. That's a great competitive advantage we have, huge balance of trade driver, a huge industry just coiled and ready to go. I just came back from Poland last night. They are thrilled that America's back in business again and that the rest of Europe can get off of Russian energy and can enable their own economic growth with secure, reliable, affordable energy from the United States. Also witnessed the signing ceremony for a deal between two large American businesses to build a huge nuclear power plant in northeastern Poland. The first of this design built in Europe. It'll be the first of many. I spoke with many other nations over there. They want to buy more American gas. They want to get American technology. They want to have a partnership with us. And they shared the message I delivered to Europe in my keynote remarks is that unleashing energy is the way you make your society safer, more prosperous, more free, and that these sort of over-the-top climate alarmism. It doesn't do anything to help the environment of our world, but it does impoverish people, it does reduce the security of your nation, and it makes you weaker. I think that's a constant message many of us around this table have brought to Europe. We want our friends in Europe standing up again and leaning in. A lot great is happening under your leadership. We're unleashing consumer products that Americans wanted to buy that Biden was making illegal. I'll be in Georgia on Friday at Renai's manufacturing plant. Tankless natural gas water heaters. Incredibly popular product. They almost became illegal. The return of common sense is incredibly welcome across this country, across the world. And back to Elon, that extra thing, we're going to deliver all of this with less people, less money, less burden on the U.S. taxpayers. Not smaller departments and smaller services, better, more thoughtful services done more efficiently and smarter. The way you'd have to run a business. We've got to get our fiscal house in order, and you and the people around this table are making it happen. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to be here.
Good job. Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, Mr. President, you are 100% correct. The border is 99.99% safe, under control. You have completely reversed the entire situation. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was down in El Paso, and those Border Patrol agents are so impacted by how you have changed things in a year. They have put up huge pictures that say, under the Biden administration, the mobs of people that were pushing through razor wire and trampling children, and the chaos and the violence that was happening at that same location, they have a picture there that says, this is what the Biden administration looks like, and this is what the Trump administration looks like. It's peaceful. People who do business between Mexico and America are coming through. They're doing it legally. They're following the law, and it's all because of what you've done and what you've empowered them to do. The recruitment for Border Patrol is through the roof.
Oh shit, I was
for
muted,
ICE
yeah.
Agents, they want to be a part of
LNG, I don't
ICE
know when
because
you
they
guys last
recognize
heard
they
me.
actually get to do their
But yeah, no
jobs.
news. It
I
just
have the
started
Coast
moving
Guard
up.
too. Coast Guard
I
recruitment
wouldn't
is up over
overthink
20%
it.
just
But yeah,
in the last
liquefied
60
natural gas
days.
is
Everybody
LNG.
wants to be a part of what the heritage is of this country. We've repositioned the entire Coast Guard fleet to focus on border and drug interdiction. As we've secured the border, the cartels have gone to the water and are going out in maritime waters to move their drugs into this country. The Coast Guard just in the last 2 months has taken into custody over 126
I like
tons
it,
of
man.
cocaine.
Way to post the play.
Millions of
Shit.
doses of fentanyl. It's just amazing. And the aliens that they are deporting is incredible too. We've been working with all of them. The
Elon,
one
oh,
thing
yeah,
that I
shit,
want
I don't know.
to point out
Ford
is
to
the fake
delay
news has been
vehicle
saying
price
that
hikes.
Biden deported more people than you.
Well, I
And
just
it's an
bought
absolute
one.
lie. And they're
do
letting
you
the
mean?
Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. They're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation just by processing somebody and letting them come into the country. It's absolutely false. It's not true at all. You have deported over 250 known terrorists. You've deported thousands of foreign terrorist organization members and gang members, hundreds of thousands of people that were in this country illegally. We've collected $30 billion worth of tariffs through CBP, and we've also collected millions and millions, hundreds of millions of fines and penalties from people that have overstayed here in this country. So I just want to thank you. You've been a game changer. I want to thank Pete for his leadership at DOD and what they've done. I want to thank Marco for his diplomacy and getting us travel documents into these countries. Mexico has finally come to the table and now is going to take a lot more people that we're able to send back to that country. And the president of Mexico told me, sir, she turned around over 500,000 people in Mexico before they ever reached our border. We should be counting those as deportations because they never even made it to the border because she turned
Okay, you're
them
going up.
down
This is not
because you forced her
news-based.
to. So those are
You were
all
just
people
riding
that
up
never
to
even
it.
came here because they got the message because you were so aggressive. So thank you for what you're doing. And
Yeah, the
every day
Dow
we get to give a new
underperformed.
job
It
to
was
the
all
guy.
everything was really red. I think we are still deep red in terms of composition. Let me check for you. Yeah, you only have 8 names green on the Dow, 22 red. NASDAQ 22 green. That got a little better. And then SPY. Oh, 133 green. It was at one point there was only 40 names green. So you've actually tripled the amount of names that went green.
have to tell you, under your leadership, Main Street is open for business again. They're thriving and they're investing. And the data that we have at the Small Business Administration, the loans that we're putting out, a record 26,000 loans in your first 100 days means
Really?
that 2,000 small businesses each week are receiving that funding, that investment in the future. Small businesses create 2 out of every 3 new jobs
Interesting.
in this country, and we've already seen under your
I've not
leadership,
heard
the
that.
jobs economy is back, manufacturing jobs are back. We've
Yeah,
seen
they
a
say 20,000
38%
loans already?
increase in manufacturing loans. We put out 1,500 manufacturing
You guys were just asking
loans
that the other
in your
day.
first 100 days.
So maybe
We
you
saw
should hit up the
startups
VA or
increase
the
by
VA, the
54%, and we
the
saw
SBA.
businesses under 5 people
That's crazy.
increase by 95%. So your
Yeah, that is
leadership
actually
on
wild.
the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you, on the manufacturing front, I'm out on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace, to food, and all these essentials that this nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress. We'll be announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine, because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue collar boom. It's now a new collar boom because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our war fighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that helped elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor, and congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note, we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon, as
Thanks,
well.
Kelly.
Thank you.
Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
He's the only one that can do that. You don't get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, you know, they say I wear a lot of hats. And as you can see, it's true. Even my hat has a hat. You know, the American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
We all want to thank you for your help, too. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to burn my cars, which is not great. You know, could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what can be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you know, you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his You've done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of this.
Yeah. 160 now.
Yeah, 160.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, it could have been more. And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon. You know
Thank
that.
you. It's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for it's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration. Really
only made possible by your focused leadership on delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate, and I'm grateful to have the privilege of leading the intelligence community towards ending the weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community that's gone on for far too long, and building out what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people of safety, security, and freedom. So, Mr. President, I'd like to highlight just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems, to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the Sinaloa cartel.
U.S. products
Just
are set to avoid strict checks in EU deforestation law. Nice.
To other terrorists who came through our borders illegally.
No, is that
claimed
real?
Asylum, and under the Biden
Someone verify this.
paroled here,
New bill
within our
introduced
borders.
to direct the Secretary of
Mr.
Interior
Like
for
too many
carving of the
organizations, federal
figure of
government,
Donald J.
the
Trump
ODNI
on
has
Mount
become,
Rushmore.
Very bloated with too much waste.
Someone please verify that. It's not really market moving, so I'm not,
We've done a
but
few immediate steps. We
yeah.
are doing more. The ODNI is 25% smaller and more lean today than it
He said,
was
please
when I
be
walked
true.
in
He
the
said, that
door
is
and
true.
when you took office. Secondly, we have
They did
just
propose
this morning
it?
actually shut down.
Well, that's a fun
the
one I'll
Human
leave for you
Capital
guys to
Office.
find
As
out.
soon as you issued the executive order to stop all DEI activities, we did that, shut down the DEI office. But we discovered this Human Capital Office that was essentially a slush fund.
HR
for DEI
792.
initiatives,
Holy
hidden under
shit.
the guise of human capital, that we posted on this morning, saving taxpayers $150 million. We'll soon be announcing an additional $2.6 billion in savings with other programs and contracts that do nothing to ensure our national security interests. And lastly, we're working every day to hold the deep state accountable, to end the politicization,
Tulsi?
weaponization of the intelligence community.
Like no one else says
This
deep
past
state
week, I sent 3 criminal
except
referrals
Tulsi
for illegal
and
and
Elon.
unauthorized leaks to the media of classified intelligence for prosecution. We have 11 more that are under investigation. We've revoked, at your direction, 67 security clearances, and we continue the work of declassifying documents, as we have already around JFK assassination. We have more coming for the assassination of Bobby's father, Senator Kennedy, and MLK assassination. And we continue our extensive investigations around exposing the very serious issues we have related to election integrity, illegal abuses of FISA, Crossfire Hurricane, and others. Mr. President, under your leadership, we are working every day to bring about that transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great job. Thank you very much. Lee?
Mr. President, at the Biden EPA, the Green New Deal was raging. At the Biden EPA, we saw billions of tax dollars burning. At the Biden EPA, we saw industries suffocating. But at the Trump EPA, the Green New Deal is dead. At the Trump EPA, we know that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. I have 13 pages of accomplishments.
Oh shit, we haven't heard from RFK yet.
And in it, part of it is 100 environmental accomplishments at the Trump EPA. You don't have to take my word for it. We released it to the media this morning. Every single day that President Trump is in this office, there will be a major environmental accomplishment every single day of the Trump administration. At the Trump EPA, we're also launching what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. we're going to be giving our director of the OMB a whole lot of work because we inherited a big mess from the Biden EPA. And working with Elon and Doge, I've canceled now $22 billion worth of grants.
It's already down. I think
Now,
earnings.
today is a special day for many reasons. The biggest reason why we're here is that this is the 100th day of the most consequential, historic first 100 days in the history of this country. Today, while we're here, the House of Representatives is voting on Congressional Review Act bills.
Yeah, watch if they say anything about that.
Waivers that were given to
For
California
MO, and then just wait. RFK might say some other stuff. But then all the Red 40 shit is like a year or two out.
There should be one national standard, and right now, Congress on the House side is going to be voting on that today. On a personal note, while this is a bit outside of the EPA jurisdiction, today is my last day serving the United States Army. And I first signed up towards the end of the 90s. And I've had a chance to see a lot of national security teams over the course of the last 27 years. There has never been a national security team ever assembled that had the backs of our warriors like this national security team right now. And we have never had a president so deeply committed towards ending foreign wars instead of starting new ones. There's a reason.
So how come there's no
President,
rumors?
Why everyone is racing to join our Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense who, with all due respect to our great president, would probably rather be swimming.
I don't know. I wish they just silenced this. You know what I'm saying? It would be so much easier if they just didn't answer any questions, gaslit us, and then silenced us for wanting to know. Like, this is weird. Yeah, I feel you. But how come there's no rumors? You don't think that's weird? We can't blame any rumor. There's no rumors all of a sudden.
In my 27 years
because we're looking at all of them. So think about what I was telling you earlier. No, I'm just saying you can't put a rumor and blame Trump for it if they're all here right now. Do you see what I'm saying? Look, how come no Wall Street Journal, no nothing? Watch. And I bet you right when it ends, you'll get a rumor. And then they'll be like, look at Lutnick bought the option. How come? Nothing. All we're getting is direct headlines from the president and his staff. So, yeah.
Through our RIF program, and so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidated, so there are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education.
That's what I was saying. They're figuring this. That's what I'm saying. They're changing schedules. They're doing stuff during market hours and then putting stuff prior because people are doing this, and it's wild.
They're thrilled with the opportunity now.
Like, it's just, and then they have the audacity to blame Trump, and then given everything, and people will blame Trump. So, you know, there's a lot going on, and that's why I said just be cautious.
Test scores, I believe, it'll take a bit for them to be able to go up, but I think now that they're going to have the opportunity to put in their own programs, we'll see that grow. At the same time, we've been focused on higher education.
Well, thank you, Custom. I appreciate you.
We've returned proper enforcement of Title IX protections to schools. We have stopped funding to Columbia, for instance, and some other schools.
But we already got CEP for free. We actually made 100% on the stock.
Those are moving along.
But yeah, that's a scam. So be careful. I think I top-ticked it too today.
They're make changes. They're making their campuses safer again. Anti-Semitism was just out of control in many of our universities. And so some tried to, in fact, Harvard is sued, and they're saying that it's, First Amendment infraction. No, this is civil rights, safety on our campuses for our young students, who are there. And
we did that play earlier on day one of CEP. Once I figured out what was going on, I told you guys. I told you it was a scam. I stream alerted it, but I told them to be very careful. Just a scam, But we were early. We were very early. I kind of Trump coined that bitch. I kept it small though. We just got in, waited a couple days, and now we have free ones.
That have been delinquent since March of 2020. Been no effort to recollect on those loans. So as of May 5th, the letter goes out that the loan Recollection is beginning again, so for
Oh,
those
shit.
people who have borrowed money.
That's what
and have not been
Zuckerberg was
paid,
talking about.
That's just not to be punitive. There are many ways that they can go online to
Not to be punitive.
understand how they can get back into the right payment structure, because when they're in default,
Yeah, bro.
they can't buy a house.
How
they
many
can't buy
people
a
is
car
that?
Because their credit scores are down. So it's helpful to them as well as
Because
the
yeah, they're
interest
gonna.
coming back
She just
into the
said, bro,
country.
there's 5 years of
$60
payments that have been
billion
halted,
of increased
but they are
student
about
loan
to
debt since
start enforcing it now.
2020. And in total, we've got almost $1.7 trillion in student debt. So we're gonna start getting it back. And Scott and his team have been incredibly helpful. We appreciate that so very, very much. And so a lot's going on at the department. And what I would really like, as I'm firing myself, I'd like for you to be known as the education president, because of the best in practice systems that we want to put in every state to incorporate AI, so that we are training these new entrepreneurs.
Yeah, but they're
and
saying
business
if you don't
leaders in
pay
our
it
country.
back,
We
though,
can't
it's
do
going to
it with the
start
infrastructure
affecting
we have in
your
place today. So you have to be
thing.
working on
CP,
that
I
at the
believe,
same
is
time.
connected to
So we're gonna
Lutnick
be
in the
doing
sense
that.
it's
So thank
Cantor.
you for your
Cantor
charge
Fitzgerald,
to,
that is where Howard Lutnick,
elevate
that was his
education
company
so that we
that he
are
stepped down from to
providing
take that
for
position.
every
So
student
like I told you,
access to excellent
you know,
education. Thank you, sir.
it literally like, you got to be careful on that one. The what they're doing, it's fucking crazy.
Vast amounts of money
It's
for
literally a
some
MSTR copycat, but it's a SPAC. It's his son. Yeah, his son is on it. But pretty much like all they're doing, it's like I'm telling you, it's a wicked concept of like Bitcoin per fucking share. It's ridiculous. But I bought it because I figured motherfuckers were gonna go crazy on it, and I was correct. And I already made it free, so we have no risk
how to
now.
manage cities and how to manage government. What's the
I need
word
to pay my loan now.
this morning on, let's say,
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Well, we're negotiating.
It is a
and when we
weird
get back
concept.
to
You
them to
borrow
say
money
welcome them back to the
that you
negotiating
agreed to
table,
pay
their
back.
response
You
is a
will
lawsuit.
have to
So,
start
Pam
paying
and her
it back.
team are
I know.
helping
Yeah.
to work with that. And
I know. Yeah. I
In
think
fact,
it's
not
new.
only
I
am
think it's a
firing
new
myself,
thing
but I'm now being sued
where you have
fairly
to pay your
regularly,
debts.
by,
I don't know. Not too many people are familiar, but
we're staying
yeah.
tough with them. The other thing that we're
Mhm.
looking at also are the 117 violations of these big universities like Harvard and others, who are not reporting, as they're required to do by law, foreign money that comes in and how much that is and where it comes from. And so that is a
And
very
students.
You have to
and it's
pay it back,
very
I
serious.
think.
people coming from.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
sir, we pulled back their grants because Harvard
have I
is,
been
like,
to a Mongiri?
responding to us, criminal
No,
actions
bro.
by
I'm
their
too poor for
students.
that.
And until
I
they
even
give
tell
us
my
that list, we're
girlfriend.
not getting any more grants from home
Because
computer.
my girlfriend's the one that showed it to me, and I was like, "Let's go." And I looked it up, and it was 5,000 a night. I told her, I was like, "Baby girl, I'm Lamborghini poor. I could afford cars and shit, and I'm not spending $5,000 a night. What do you think I am, bro? Are you kidding me? You think I'm gonna spend 15K to sit in Utah? You got me fucked up. I ain't got it like that. Nah, fuck that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just next. That's just dumb. That's next level. You can't. That's all you. I got nothing to prove. You know what I'm saying? I told her. I sat her down. We had a talk. I was like, "Baby girl, that this is a different tax bracket. I'm not in that one yet. And even if I was in that one, I don't think I would still go there either."
President Biden's administration gave us 453 pages.
But I think there's a Mongiri in Philippines. Now that, my friend, is cheap.
And they are the product of the same
No, bro, I could
kind
get a
of
private jet
politicized
way cheaper
science.
than that. Private jets aren't bad if you want to like charter them or if you know how to do it. I already told you guys the private jet hack. So I told you that a couple years ago.
Standard science, we're going to develop within, we have till December to do it. We are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school food, the school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food
Amon
stamps
Pulo,
go to
yeah.
SNAP.
The
And I wanna
Amon
thank you for your
properties in
courage
other
for
countries are
business-friendly
cheap,
President,
cheaper.
probably the most
They're still mad
business-friendly in our
expensive,
history,
but
you're also willing
I
to
think the
stand up to
Philippines
very,
is
very
the only
powerful
one
businesses, and you've
that I
shown
would
that
probably
again
pay
and again.
for.
Secretary Rollins,
Yeah, like I said,
had
watch
the soda
XLV.
industry come and knock on our door
But now Coke.
very much. very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And
yeah, what about
said,
Pepsi?
The name of the program is Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So it is about nutrition. And we shouldn't, we have 38% of our kids are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and we are paying for both ends. We're paying for the food-like substances.
Is that real? 37% of children are pre-diabetic?
We're spending $1 trillion a year on metabolic dysfunction. It's existential.
No.
It's not sustainable. We have, I visited Arizona, West Virginia, Utah, and Indiana in the last 2 weeks, who have all applied for SNAP waivers. We're encouraging, thanks to
yeah, Coca-Cola and Pepsi on this. Pie's still holding though.
All the states to apply for those waivers.
Wow, that's crazy,
Utah,
dude.
which is the first state to ban supplemental fluoride. Florida yesterday passed a bill to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm confident Governor DeSantis is going to
I love RFK and hate sugar. That cannot be right.
We are working, Lisa and I are working together to change the federal fluoride regulations, to change the
Your daughter just
for
diagnosed
science
diabetes?
now.
Oh my goodness.
I want to point out that in August,
I did not know this was like that. That's a large number.
did a meta-review of all the science on fluoride and found that there's a direct
28 to 38 according to Grok.
between fluoride exposure and lowered IQ in children. So the more you get, the stupider you are. And we need smart kids in this
Wait,
country.
what?
and we need healthy
Did you just say the
kids.
fatter you get, the stupider you are? What did you just say?
Reviewing the
You
grass
just said
standards
something makes
now
you
to get-
stupid.
We're revamping them to get 10,000 ingredients.
Oh,
that
fluoride.
are in
Okay,
our food.
fluoride makes you
Europeans only have
stupid.
400 ingredients, we have
Fluoride,
10,000.
not carbohydrates.
They're chemicals we know nothing about. And we are going to stop that process, and then we're going to go back and look at these chemicals and make the companies either get rid of them or to label them. We've launched Operation Stork Speed, and we're going full speed ahead to make sure that we have good, high quality milk for children.
That's good. You know, I can't have
launched the
fluoride.
autism
So when I was
study
young,
at
as
your
a
direction,
dentist, homeboy gave me that
by
fluoride,
September, we'll have
and I
some
like
first
vomited
answers
everywhere.
within 6 months of
And
that,
ever
we
since
will
then, I
have
said,
definitive
fuck the
answers,
fluoride.
Not only for autism, but for the etiology
I could have been
of
dumber.
a whole range of
Nice.
autoimmune diseases that have become
I still came out pretty like,
epidemic in children.
but you know,
We
God
have
is good.
ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for
Yeah,
child
I am not
trafficking.
smart. I'm smart enough to
And,
show up every day.
During the Biden administration,
And that's
HHS became a collaborator
and pay my debts.
in child trafficking and for sex.
We had this talk yesterday. No, go watch last night's Watchlist,
And
baby.
we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. And we have ended funding for gender mutilation, surgeries, and other kind of gender dysphoria practices. And thanks to Elon, we have saved $67 billion at our agency without compromising any of our critical programs.
You're
Mr.
smarter than you
President,
think.
wanna
I don't
thank you
want to
for your
think that I'm
vision,
smart.
for your leadership.
I've learned in years, and as I see it in society, that's sometimes one of the most dangerous things.
And there's, over the next 100 days, we're going to
For real, though.
Thank you very much, Bobby.
The Bibsy. The Bibsy. Joshua Bibsy.
Well, President Trump, on your first day in office, you wisely declared a national energy emergency.
Okay, this is almost
This
done.
was,
We made the whole
essential
fucking
because
round
it
table, literally.
was a signal that
Literally
we're gonna
round
go
table.
180 degrees from the disastrous and dangerous Biden
Yeah, watch energy
policies,
markets still. Again, we had that little
based on
drop,
our
random
media
pop, but
ideology
bro,
that
you
was,
stopped getting headlines, no rumors, and
the
then
root cause of the
you haven't really
inflation
been
in this country.
exposed
It was
to
the root
anything
cause of
market
wars
moving,
abroad. It was
changing,
the root cause
policy, none of that.
Of our manufacturing disappearing from our country. We
Oil's
can't
already
have
down off
energy
the OPEC
security.
rumor
Without
still.
energy security, we can't have national security, and you understood that. But now with everything that's flowed from that, dozens of other EOs that you've done, America is back in the energy business. As Chris said, there's been a signal that's sent around the world. Capital is flowing, coming back in. The smart money is coming to this country. And now you've given us a chance to win the AI arms race against China. We know we're up against a formidable competitor. China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year. That's more than all of California and all of New York combined in the last year. We've had presidents in the past, the Biden administration, that were running away again under this climate ideology. You've embraced baseload power in this country. I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners around this country, where you said, "Hey, big beautiful coal." As we work to try to identify the balance sheet of America, our earliest estimate is that the coal resources in America, just on public lands, could be worth $8 trillion with a T. That was all going to be taken off our balance sheet if we weren't going to touch it. But now we're back in the business. I was 1,800 feet underground in a coal mine in Alabama a couple weeks ago. They do metallurgical coal. Without metallurgical coal, we can't produce steel. This is a plant. This is a plant that would have been in a mining operation that would have been shut down under the Biden administration. What we're doing here, back in the business, we're doing leasing. We're leasing for oil and gas. We're leasing for timber with Brooke Rollins. We're leasing for grazing. We're leasing for critical minerals, which is key. And when we lease the public lands appropriately and by the law to do that, we're bringing in revenue. We're bringing in jobs. We're helping strengthen America. And so we're treating our natural resources like the American balance sheet they are. And America's resources, the 700 million acres of surface that's public, the 700 million of subsurface, the 2.5 billion offshore, all contain what we need to have self-sufficient supply chains. And so in this, we're focused deeply on critical minerals. The Biden administration put us in a real predicament right now. The whole trade team,
yo,
the whole cabinet,
Twitch, YouTube.
Susie's jumping.
I love y'all, man. Okay.
Everybody in the national energy.
Like, I don't want to have to ban you for these weird ass BBC comments. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just going to be a weird email when you try to follow up. So let's just save us both the trouble and keep it. Let's reel this back in.
7 days a week.
Thank you.
Try to put ourselves back in business.
You know what I'm saying?
So, but I want to just close out by saying
I made a comment about. I'm like, why are we gonna? I don't want
people
this.
realize that 41% of the southern border is in Department of Interior. Then we've got a few more percent that come with Brooke and with the Forest Service. But that's
I really you already dragged other homie into it. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, man, come on.
The border laws, they definitely weren't enforcing it on public lands. And so again, using a time.
No, that's the acronym for Big Beautiful Coal.
Propensity for action.
Technically, it would be
Roosevelt,
BBC.
In 1907. Created
some of you astutely noted that. So, like I'm saying, let's reel it
Texas
back in.
All the way to the Pacific Ocean, because he was worried in some future state there might be smuggling. I don't think he was anticipating human smuggling and fentanyl trafficking.
Big block Chevy.
But that
See, now you're talking.
Largely unused. He gave us the authority to transfer that, and so working with Christie and working with Pete, we've transferred that to the DoD. So transferring land.
The stream alerts is not available currently because the ones before you pillaged a lot of things like the boomers ahead of them.
The military and having been down at the border multiple times, and
you'll make a lot of money in the long term and you won't lose as much. But you gotta lock in. Gotta lock in.
The morale of that group is exactly 100% opposite of when Christie and I were down there as governors. I had Border Patrol.
SMG's weird with that. I've looked at SMG before, but like people don't grow weed with Miracle Grow. I mean, sadly, but it has the agriculture stuff. But I forgot what it was. I don't know if they cut dividend or what brought them down.
As soon as they turn 18-year-old, they're signing up. My wife is thrilled. They're going into law enforcement. They're so proud to be serving with you. Everybody I've met,
they're going down
in a coal mine or at the border, law enforcement, the one thing they say on those trips is, please thank.
Okay, watch out. It's picking up. Bergam focused deeply on critical minerals. That's this guy right now. Yeah, no headline. But that's a bigger candle. Again, we were already dropping before that. I think a lot of today is just off of bullshit. Like the moves aren't really tied to the catalyst or the headlines, so just be careful. But we are halfway done. You're back to that low. This is even your first breakout spot of the morning.
3 other generations.
This is
of
going to be
family
done
there.
after this guy,
They all wanted to
Rubio.
pass on their thank you too, and we've secured her name forever as a sanctuary, and really is saying that every child, every 12-year-old, every child in America should be safe in their own communities, and you've dedicated a beautiful piece on the coast in honor of her. So, President Trump, in your first term, when I had a chance to work with you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless. And it's your fearlessness to take on the issues that other presidents would not touch, whether it's the work that we're doing with successfully streamlining and right-sizing government, or whether it's taking on the issues at the border, or whether it's embracing the power we need to win the arms race. You're fearlessly doing that, and that creates it just all of us can sprint because you're running ahead. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Doug. And you are doing a great job. And with Chris, that's a pretty much unbeatable combination, I have to tell you.
Why
So,
Elon? Well, I don't know. I think some of you have missed the advantage of Elon politically. You just found a guy to do all the dirty work, and all of these politicians could keep their hands clean.
A couple things.
Yes or
Mr.
no?
President. I think you
Obviously,
deserve a lot
they
of credit for
support
two
him,
things.
but
The
they
first
didn't
is
do it. Elon
assembling
did.
this great team.
That's why they thank him.
Some of whom I've known for a long time, others
For
who I've
free.
gotten to know during this period of time, but putting together.
Because again, it's
not just a talented
unpopular. It's
individual,
not
but the
politically
work all together.
popular to
It's
say
something
we're
never
going to
gonna be
fire
reported on
everybody.
the media or
We're
forced.
firing
It
more
happens every
people
single
than
day. For the most part,
going
I
back
interact
to
with almost
Reagan.
everyone around this table
No
to
one,
some-
don't, no one.
at
You
some
see
level,
their reactions.
and,
So at
and
the end of the
because
day,
Secretary
Elon
Kennedy,
did
I'm
pay
afraid
for it
to
with
eat
many
anything.
ways,
So,
but when it's all said and done,
in front of him,
he's the one that
he
did
said
the dirty
Tootsie
work.
Rolls are okay in moderation. So.
One of the most unpopular things was
But,
just done by
but it's a
Elon,
great
and that's
team.
it.
And here's the second, and I tell this to people all the time. This is
So that's why I think they're thanking him. Thank you for taking my liability.
Traditionally, in the past, and it's one of the
We were all
problems
too
in this
scared
country, is
because we like
presidents
our
would say,
jobs
"Okay,
and
let's go
power
do
and
something."
influence.
And then they would have to do a study, and then a study on the study, and then a long internal deliberative
So what will
process.
he get back?
And by the
I
time you got
think
to
the
it, it was
government
too
already
late, or
paid him
somebody had
$100
forgotten
billion
it.
in tax
In
credits.
this administration,
but
it's
I'm
moving.
not. I don't know too
You know
much.
the direction because you know why you were elected. The American people elected you very clearly, and basically it's measured. I used to say by days and weeks. Now it's measured by hours and minutes. But action is happening, and that's what people want to see. And let me talk about foreign policy in particular because I'm not sure this is fully appreciated. This president inherited 30 years of foreign policy that was built around.
Yeah, we're going to go to
good
Philo
for
after this. So
In essence, the decisions
if you're
we made
already
as a
bothered by
government in
listening
trade
to
and
this,
foreign
it
policy
does
was
get
basically,
worse.
is it good for the
Because
world?
then I'm
Is
going
it
to
good
kick
for
you
the
out
global
and then
community?
go private for a
And
little
under
bit.
President
So
Trump,
you might
we're
as well
making a
just leave
foreign
now.
policy now that
Otherwise, you could get a
is it good for
membership, and
America?
I have a good Philo for you today.
I was appointed by you and
Hey, at
confirmed
least
by
I'm
the
being
Senate
honest,
to
right?
be
I'm
the
telling
head
you
of
ahead
the
of time.
United
So
States Department
let's
of
get our
State. Not
expectations
the World
aligned.
Department of State, not the Global Department of State, the United States Department of State. And what that means is our foreign policy is guided by three things. Does it make America stronger? Does it make America safer? And does it make America richer? If something doesn't do one of those three things, and hopefully all three of those
Oh,
things,
I will. I'll show you the Robo Farm video.
Now, we went
I'll
out
just
and
say that
hired
for
a
Philo.
consulting firm to help
We'll
us
save it for
organize
Philo.
ourselves. Luckily, they were free. They're called the
Afterwards on the
Department of
off-topic section.
And they helped us do a couple things. Number one is our foreign aid. We were funding some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You tell me, how does a puppet show in some country around the world make us stronger, safer, and more prosperous? So we got rid of puppet shows and a bunch of other things.
Puppet
I'm
show?
sure there were very good puppet
Oh.
shows. And I'm sure that a bunch of charities in the world will pay for it, but the
Give me
American taxpayer
$100
should
million.
not. We also, by the way, Mr. President, under your direction, reorganized the Department of State. We had offices within offices within offices that didn't even know they existed themselves, not to mention the rest of them. And so we've begun to reorganize that as a way to be able to empower our embassies and our ambassadors and our regional bureaus to do what many of them signed up to do. We have a great team of ambassadors you've appointed. They're coming online every single day. Very talented people that are involved. Something else we got out of the business of wasn't widely reported, or maybe it was.
ANSS.
We had an office in the Department of
ANSYS.
State whose job it was to censor
Forgot. I
Americans.
think there was a headline with them a while ago.
And by the way, I'm not going to say who it is. I'll leave it up to them. There's
Yeah,
only one person
ANSS
at this
pop,
table today who
kind of a
has
little
dossier
bigger,
and
but then again, a lot of spy. No, ANSS getting a little bigger there. Keep eyes on that.
Purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
Oh yeah.
We can follow up with the media.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens. to identify the vectors of disinformation. When we know that the best way to combat disinformation.
You guys remember? I got banned for playing a clip of Donald Trump.
We're going to be in the business of doing. We're not going to have an office.
I got demonetized for warning you about COVID and making 50,000% on all of those plays.
United States, you need to take back your people that are here.
I made fun of a FDA
Beyond that, and
video that.
We are actively.
Long story short, you found out some things were unconstitutional.
So we are
I got
actively,
banned.
not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. We do that as a favor to us, and the further away from America, the better. So they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
Oh, Derby brother, dude. Welcome, dude. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. You better not be smoking Derbies during philo, but welcome, dude. Good to have you, dude. Oh, Nick Wheeler, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, thank you, dude. Thank you, dude.
It's simple. If you're coming to America to start riots, we're not going to give you, we're going to take away your student visa. And by the way, every country in the world that I travel, 14 countries in 14 weeks, you know what they all say to me? Yes, that's what we would do too. So the only people who seem to disagree with us are a handful of federal judges and a bunch of crazy people who get paid to write and report. So anyway, we're getting rid of that.
PPC, CPM, how they evaluate news. That's what they senators will do.
You know,
ask that senator dude.
The FIFA World Cup.
Sandra Petty, I should just be getting ready. They push us the shit in heavy. I'm patient, my aim is steady. It's my mistake, turn it deadly. Don't lose your life over petty.
Again, working
we
with
tried to divide it already.
To be able to
define life in terms of pennies. We done.
And but I also we've done it to improve customer service.
Hope you know we stronger as one.
Recognize that about a year and a half ago we had a meltdown.
Welcome to the war with no
guns.
Get a
passport. You get people calling. I have a cruise on Friday. My passport expires. In the month of March, we processed 2.78 million Americans their passports. That is the historic, never in any, it's the largest single month.
Oh, I think I need to update my passport.
Ever, and we think it's a good way to build.
I only have like a year or two left.
To be able to do the visas. Two last points I want to make. We have a great team that you've built.
Yeah, I got to shave my beard. Fuck.
Steve Woodcock. This is a
That's
person that doesn't have
my
to
parents
be
taught me 20 years ago.
Very good life in Miami, my hometown as well. He has worked incredibly hard.
I kind of want TSA pre-check. I never travel, but I don't know. But no, I like car trips. Fuck a plane.
We did something really great last week.
Fuck that.
They told us this war between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda is intractable. It can never happen. It will never happen. I sent Mr. Boulos, your envoy.
Why? Why do I have to shave my beard? Because back in the day, CNN was racist before they acted like they weren't. So. Yeah, I don't know. My parents just Middle East. We went through a weird Middle Eastern time in this country. So my dad, he always gets stopped. He looks way more Arab than I do.
Mike Waltz alluded to this earlier, and this is the last point. In the first 100 days of the 47th presidency, 47
shaved your beard? Oh, man.
Wrongfully detained Americans have been returned to the United States.
Must feel nice.
And the diplomacy that was exercised to make that happen.
Got TSA preach. Well, it's free if you have Amex. I think Amex and Chase Sapphire, they pay for it if you want it. $250 billion of reverse repos.
Thank you very much.
Reverse repos just jumped $100 billion.
So, you know, I've been involved in...
Okay, Trump talking now. He talked in the beginning. We went around the table. Couple headlines, best in him, but nothing really market moving. He had one positive comment on China, but it was bullshit.
And impressed. Frankly, impressed is maybe even more important, but I've never been more proud or impressed than I am with this group. This is an amazing group of people, and I hope some of those television cameras were blazing and it was on so people could watch this because, frankly, you know, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, this is an impressive group of people. I sat around being somewhat
fuck, I should have went to the bathroom.
Well, let's see, who did the best job, who did the worst job? And I determined that everybody is like the same, and there was no worst job. Everybody was outstanding. Everybody did a job. You couldn't pick a winner. The only thing you can say is nobody did a bad job or even a fair job. You're outstanding. And so I want to just congratulate you all. This is really something. And, you know, we have a job to do. We've done a lot of work in this 100 days. We've established things that are going to start taking place in the next 100 days. I want to see what it's going to be like. I think we're going to have to do this in 100 days, Susie, and we're going to see some very big results from the things that we've done. But I just want to thank everybody. This is really very impressive, and I hope the people at home got to see some of it. Nobody's ever done public cabinet meetings. They were quiet for a reason, because they weren't impressive, and especially in the last administration, they were not impressive. But I just want to say that we're very proud of you, and I am in particular. Thank you all very much. Great job, and I think we're going to have some tremendous success for our country. And I don't know, it doesn't seem like a time to be asking questions. That was so impressive, that to be taking questions. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be appropriate. I guess we probably have to take a couple, because that was the purpose. But if you'd like to ask some, I think they should be very respectful questions at this point.
So now, wait for your rumors and dumb shit. Because now he's opened up the questions to the legacy. Interesting. So yeah, this is what you waited for.
Secretary Rubio, can I ask you a question? You brought up El Salvador in your remarks. Have you been in touch with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia as a formal request from this administration to make?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge.
Facts.
So we will conduct foreign policy appropriately if we need to. But I'll never discuss it. And no one will ever make us discuss it, because that's how foreign policy works.
Mr. President, yesterday you told ABC News, Mr. President, you told ABC News yesterday that you could get Abrego Garcia back if you wanted to. Do you think President Bukele would turn you down if you made that request?
I really don't know. I know that he's been a great friend of our country. He's gotten a lot.
I don't
less
think
money
they
than
are
this
trying
would
to
take
destroy
from
the
us.
press.
We're
It's
gonna
just
build these
they're
jails
being
and
very,
he's doing
very
they run a
inauthentic
very
right now.
professional
The press is
operation.
just being
I don't
very.
know.
They're
I
still
haven't spoken
doing
to
the
him. I
dumb
really
shit.
leave that to the
That's what's
lawyers,
weird.
and I take my
So I don't
advice
think he's
from
trying to
Pam
destroy
and
it, but they are
everybody
not.
that is very much
Like I'm
involved. They
saying,
know
bro,
the laws, and
why would
we follow the
you
laws
want to
exactly.
hear about foreign policy and all these things, and you're demanding an answer when they hid the last president from you for 90 fucking days and shit? Come on. You know, there's a lot of things, and like the press is like, they're still pushing very false narratives, and like I'm saying, just it's adding stuff, and I think they're noticing. Again, they're saying, look, they're trying to like make it seem like insider trading when these are the guys putting out the fucking rumors. So I think they're trying to change schedules and adjust. They're just trying to get
I'm not taking
people to
credit
talk
or
about,
discredit
like,
for the stock
I think they
market.
just want a little fairness. That's why they
saying that
put
we
those signs in
inherited
front of the
a
White
mess
House
at the
yesterday,
borders.
because no
You
matter
could look
what,
at
the
every
press is
single one of the
still
people here, and
just
no matter
taking
who it
this
is, they're
this
doing
dark
better,
road
they're far
of
superior to,
misrepresenting a lot of things to
what took
people.
place
And
four
like I was
years
saying, that's why I
before
keep
us.
reminding
When
you
look
guys,
at,
listen, I've given you a
prisoners
lot of
being
neutral
allowed to
takes. I
come into
understand
our
where I
country
stand,
at
and I
will,
know
just
some
at
of you
will.
live in the same
People
country, and
from
you get
mental
how
institutions,
ideological it
gang
is,
members,
but
drug dealers. When you
I
look
just
at
want you
that,
to be safe,
what
and you
they've
should
done
be
to our
safe. Even if
country,
you disagree with
and
everything I
also
say,
having to do with
I
finance.
truly
Look
hope
at
that you
what happened
move
with
forward in
inflation.
these
We
next
had
few years.
the worst inflation
Just think for yourself,
probably in
be
the history of our
cautious, and
country.
like
They say 48
just be
years,
safe,
but
man,
I would
and
say
be
the history of
just
our
listen.
country, it ate
And
away at
before
people.
jumping, and
And even
people
though
are
you saw
just
a
there's a
stock
lot of
market going up
emotions and
somewhat,
misrepresentation,
because
and
in
that's
my
why I'm
case, I
saying
had the biggest
on
stock market
whatever's going on in both
88%
sides,
in the last
just
term,
care
in my
about you,
last
your
term.
community, and the people,
But
man.
I don't view the stock market
Next
as
quarter
the end-all.
shows
It's an
Biden.
indicator. But what
Ah,
the
fuck.
stock market really tells you, and what you when you look at the stock
So
market,
he's
in
already
this case,
he's
it
already
says
saying
how
next
bad
quarter is
the
Biden too.
situation we inherited. I took place. This was a quarter that we looked at today, and we took all of us together. We came in on January 20th. So this is Biden, and you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden, because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around. It's a big ship to turn around, and we're going to have the greatest country
No,
financially.
bro, it's the same thing. The
in history
rumors,
of the
even if
world,
they
I
end up
believe.
true,
I think
they're
we're gonna do
taking this
things
stuff.
and we had to do it.
They're the
reset
ones
table.
making money off of it, making things
Every
weird,
single
doing all of
country
that,
with
and then if
just
they don't even
about
say anything,
without exception.
people are already
I could-
conditioned to
I'd have
imply that it's
really
someone in
think
Trump
hard for who
insider
hasn't
trading.
taken
Now, it
advantage.
doesn't help
And
that
I
Trump
don't
has
even
done
blame
stuff
those
like
guys.
Solana
Blame the
and
person
meme
that was
coins.
sitting
That
right
doesn't
behind
help.
Ryan.
And that's what
For
makes this
allowing
such
it
an
to
easy
happen,
implication.
where our
It's just like
country
when I
was
would do
ripped
stuff a
off
couple
on
years
trade,
ago,
hundreds of
people would just
billions of
imply
dollars.
shit about me,
And
even if
now
it was
we're doing
completely
better than
false.
we've done in a long
And then it
time.
would have
We
you
were
a view, and
losing
next thing you know, you're
$4
buying
to
fucking
5,
AMC
even
at the
$6
top
billion
and believing everything
a
Enron
day
says.
On trade.
Just
with
be
Biden.
careful.
And now we have it
Especially if
down
you're
to a
like, oh my
very
gosh, all these
manageable
trades
number,
and
the
this, and
tariffs
who's
for the
doing
most
that.
part haven't even
Like I
kicked
said,
in yet.
notice
So,
no rumors today when you see them. You're not
That's
hearing
like,
this, but
stock
when
markets
it's
to
quiet
be
and all
an
that, it's
indication,
weird.
But the big indication is what's happening, and the people around the table know what's happening.
Is
Yes.
it
One of the
true
things-
that the
sir,
Ukraine
you said
minerals
that
deal
during-
is set to be signed in 24 hours or
What,
so?
say it?
Is it true that the Ukraine minerals deal is about to be signed in the next 24 hours or so? There's some reports saying that. And if it's true, has the deal changed at all from the last time we've heard about it?
Well, I'll ask Scott to answer the question because he's responsible for it.
Yeah, our side's ready to sign. Ukrainians decided last night to make some last-minute changes. We're sure that they will reconsider that, and we are ready to sign this afternoon if they are.
Can you talk about those last minute changes? What was removed or put in its place?
Nothing's been removed. It's the same agreement that we agreed to on the weekend. No changes on our side.
All right, you're ripping again. Trump just downplayed the market, said next quarter would also be Biden, but you're moving again. Like I said, a lot of moves today. MP's going up on that Ukrainian shit. It was already up. It's all small, but like I said, I don't think a lot of these moves are based off the headlines. We're just moving,
money there, unsecured
even though we're
money,
getting headlines.
putting it in banks, and anybody could have taken it out. You know, anybody over there, it was their decision. I've never seen anything like it. Europe, on the other hand, which it's obviously that whole situation is much more important to Europe because we have an ocean in between. But Europe gave about $100 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a big sacrifice they made also. But they gave much less than we did. And their money is secured, totally secured, by deposits in banks. The deposits are largely Russian deposits. That's what Europe did, but their money is secured. So they gave $100 billion totally secured. We gave money like it's throwing it out the window. And it was done by Biden, and this is Biden's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm trying to get out. And more than the money, they're losing about 5,000 young Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week, mostly. There's some people also being killed in towns where missiles should not have been shot, small cities and towns. But we are trying to save the lives of about 5,000 young, mostly soldiers, that are losing their lives a week. I see satellite photos, probably off one of his satellites, come to think of it, but I see satellite photos every week of fields with arms and heads and legs scattered all over. It's a violent, violent, horrible situation. And more important than the money, I want to save the lives of people from other countries that are dying so stupidly, so needlessly, and they're dying. But I said, what are we doing? How did we get into this war? It would have never happened if I were president. Everybody knows, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Wasn't even thought of. I discussed it with President Putin a lot. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going to do anything.
I know. I thought the next
Zero
quarter
chance.
comment would have hit it a little bit
And
more,
I said,
but
you know, we
I
feel
mean,
foolish.
maybe the market is going to
Europeans are
absorb it.
putting up money, it's totally
And then
secure.
again,
They
the
get the
more
money back.
Trump
We're putting up
downplays shit, people
much
like it
more
for a
money.
little until the media tells you
Absolutely
not to.
nothing.
It's kind of what's
And
happened, so
I
we'll
didn't wanna
see.
make a
But
complicated deal. I
we're
didn't
still in
wanna
the
make a deal that
weird
couldn't be
danger
made
zone,
because
and there is
Ukraine
still so many more
doesn't have very
catalysts. So
much money.
that's what I'm saying. Today,
Going
still
through
a lot of
very
these
bad
headlines. I don't know if they're
times.
driven. I don't know if the market's moving on the
I felt
headline,
very foolish
even though it's kind of
being
aligning.
in charge. So I said, well, we want
We're looking
something
for rare earth all the
efforts
time.
beyond what you would think would be acceptable.
Okay, you're hitting a new
And
high. You're still red
we
on the
said
day,
rare
but
earth,
under
and very
1% on the
big
SPY
rare
now.
earth. As you know, we're looking for rare earth all the time. Rare earth is called rare for a reason. And
So
they have a
insightful.
lot, and we made a deal where our money is secure, where we can start digging and doing what we have to do. It's also good for them because you'll have an American presence at the site, Chris. And the American presence will, I think, keep a lot of bad actors out of the country, or certainly out of the area where we're doing the digging. So we made a deal, and I assume they're going to honor the deal. And, I put Scott in charge, and Scott's done it beautifully, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that deal yet. I suspect we will.
Mr. President, sir, you had
progress.
You had set a 90-day deadline during the executive order for Secretary Sextet and known to review whether to recommend to you whether to invoke the Insurrection Act to send troops to the southern border. Is that something you're still considering?
Well, I'm talking to them, and it's not hard and fast, but I'm talking to them, and I will tell you that the border is the most secure it's ever been. We have never had anything like it, And when you said, Christy, before, it's 99.999, and I guess that means one person maybe, or two people. It's actually turned out to be 3 people came across the border versus hundreds of thousands of people under Biden. And we're talking about people coming. Look, people, they have souls, they have hearts. Many of them are good, but we have a country that's under siege. We have a country that really is I think it's under attack. In many ways, worse than under attack, because there are no uniforms. You don't know who the attacker is, so you really don't. It's not like you're fighting an army. You're fighting people. You don't even know who they are. But 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered far more than one person, are roaming. Now, some of them have already been caught. A lot of them have already been caught and taken out. But we're being impeded by judges from doing our job. And hopefully that situation's going to be solved, because I think nobody wants to have murderers and people from jail, and I mean for serious, serious crime. I remember the Biden people used to say, no, these are aliens that came into our country and they don't commit crime. I said, they don't commit crime, they commit worse crime. They make our criminals. Some of these people that they've allowed in through open borders.
They do worse than crime.
Thing I've ever seen. You can look at some of these.
They make our criminals look like minor league, I'm telling you. If I was going to draft them, I'd say our criminals. Low level.
Our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. I will tell you, these are serious criminals. These are violent criminals. These are people that would kill you and wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even remember it. This is a rough, tough group of people, and we've got to get them out of our country. And the law says, I believe, I hope, and I think Pam will be very successful in proving it, but we've run into, I would call them rogue judges. Somebody could criticize me for that. These are rogue judges. These are radical left, generally radical left, horrible judges. And we didn't lose all of these people. You know, we've lost a lot of people to death and to
This is the funny part. I showed this yesterday on the watch list. Ironically, though,
committed by the people that
the judges will block everything except the thing that fucked you up.
totally unimpeded.
Tariffs.
Just come on in. And you see it every night.
That
You
was my
see
favorite fun
thousands
fact
and tens
of all of
thousands
this.
of people
So you have all these judges going in, but the one thing they allowed was the 150% tariffs.
And to this day, we're looking for
Yeah.
people. We have
To
no
bring down the
idea.
market
We hear
25%.
that we have terrorists in our country that are so bad they couldn't stay in any other country, but we're getting them out. And the group between Pete and Christy and Tom Holman and everybody working together, the people that you would least suspect are reporting them, getting it, and the public is reporting them. The public is seeing. The public is calling and they're saying, you know, I live in a house and next to me moved in a group of people and they are very violent. And would go and would find out and would say, yeah, you're right, they were really violent. And we have information on most of them. So I just think it's incredible what's taken place. But we right now have a very, very secure border. Right now we have the most secure border in the history of our country. So I don't think we have to worry about your question too much.
Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Canada ran against...
Yeah, he just said Carney called me and said, let's make a deal.
Yesterday.
I'm ahead of it. Yeah, he just said, Carney said, let's make a deal. Canada. There's going to be a follow-up, though, so don't get too jumpy. Don't get too jumpy.
Great relationship.
Listen.
He called me up yesterday. He said, let's make a deal.
Yep, got him.
He was running for office. They both hated Trump. And it was the one that hated Trump, I think the least that won. I actually think the conservative hated me much more than the so-called.
So see, like I said, though, be careful.
guy.
Wait till the follow-up, but if it ends there, that's good.
Then I congratulated him. You know, it was a very mixed signal because it's almost even, which makes it.
I said the hell, I ain't do shit though. Like I said, today sucks. I've made one play actually. It's for earnings. That's it.
He's going to come.
I've only made one, and then took the profits on CEP.
Within the next week.
The contracts are the same price. Okay, it ended there. Let's make a deal with Carney. Carney said, let's make a deal. That's a good headline. But again, decent reaction. I gave you a 30-second jump on that, but sadly today that didn't really help you. Again, the premiums aren't moving.
They made $1 trillion.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm like, that's why I've been going really slow.
With Biden. selling
Wait till they
itself.
wait till
What
someone
do we
pumps
need?
that.
You know, somebody said, "Oh, the shelves."
Here, I'll give you
are
one.
open." Well,
I'll send it out.
Maybe
Watch
the
this
children
one.
will have $2 instead of $30. You know, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. And we have to make a fair deal. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, but China, I would say, is the leading one.
Okay, I'm
The
sending one out
leading,
there. Watch it.
Candidate.
Like
for
I'm
the
saying, be careful on it. It's
chief
already.
ripper offer.
I think it's up like 10%. Now the premiums are moving.
There has never been.
But again,
a country
today's been
that's
weird.
ripped
But you
off
just
more
saw
than
you got a
the
30-second
United
jump
States
on that,
of
but it was
America
still
under
like.
some of the dumbest leadership, and it
The
usually
dumbest.
starts with the president. And you can go back, and I'm not just talking about Biden. It's
China
been the
having
worst.
difficulty.
And the trade deficits and everything else.
Leading
He's been the
candidate
worst.
for chief
But-
ripper offer.
But he had no idea what he
So
was
now
doing.
bad
And
ca-
I
bad
think
China
somebody ought to
comment
look at
coming.
the auto pen to find out who was really running this country, because it wasn't Biden.
So wait, you're gonna get a
Nobody
bad
could
China
agree to
comment
what he
soon.
agreed to.
Sir, what's your message for the girl who doesn't
He put
get
our
the job?
country at risk, at tremendous risk, and fiscal risk, financial risk. So I think we have it very much. I really believe that the next 100 days is going to be even better than this. Look, I read an editorial yesterday from a group that normally wouldn't write a good, that this is the most consequential presidency in history, in the history of our country. This is not a particular group that would write that kind of an editorial, but they see what we're doing and what we had to do. And I believe if this group...
Oh
not just
shit!
me,
Earnings
this
play is
group
already moving.
was
I didn't realize
think
that.
Our country was going to be in, if it was lucky, just serious trouble, but a lot worse than that. I think our country. could have been
Alberta hates
total
Canada. They're like
disaster.
Texans.
Bad things were happening with our country.
So yeah, that's
And we've-
the negative
we've
China.
stemmed the tide. We've turned it around, but we're going to really turn it around over the next
3 years.
three
Thank
and a
you,
half
stock
years,
trading,
we'll
bro,
turn it
for
around,
real.
and then hopefully
You've shown a
it'll
lot
be
of
in such
support,
great
donos,
shape.
everything
That's my
over the
goal,
years,
to
man.
put
I
it in
appreciate
such
you.
great condition.
I'm
that it
glad I
can't
can
be
remember
destroyed.
your name and remember it with a positive connotation, you know? God bless you.
You mentioned this last night in your speech in Macomb, but we're facing an unprecedented
Oh, it's not there yet.
situation where there's a lot of abuses of nationwide injunctions.
CE?
Seemingly designed to curtail your
Celanese.
power, specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous
Yeah.
administration. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American
Yeah,
people on
well,
that
there
aspect?
are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected, and hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that. I want to thank you all very much. I thought this was an incredible cabinet meeting. I think there's probably has never been a cabinet meeting like this. And you've never seen it on tape, that I can tell you. And I want to just congratulate everybody at the table. But we have a lot of work to do, but we're off to a great start. Thank you very much, everybody.
Enjoy Mr. President, maybe in the White House bag.
All right. So that's it. I gave out a play on the stream alerts to watch. I did not make it. Again, I only made 1 play today. But here's the deal. You have a Canada update. Like I said, the market might react later. So just be on that. Watch that play, or if you're looking at any calls, wait till a big news outlet pumps a Canada deal. If they don't, it's going to be a dud. I just sent that to the stream alert. So I told them to watch it, but I'm saying it's most likely going to be a dud. There's a reason why I haven't moved. I've been going slower, but the best play is to do nothing when we're not getting the same opportunities right now. So just be mindful of that, but be on the lookout. If you do get, we heard the Huawei, that's another earlier one. We heard the chip restructuring deal, and now you have a potential Canada deal. Everyone's focusing on a lot of other stuff, but if you start seeing those headlines, those just might have temporary pumps from the news, and then it'll come down. But watch certain plays for that type of headline. Ta-da! But Fed is May 8th or May 7th. But yeah, that's it, man. We're done. So time to move to philo. So I gave you guys the warning on that, but I love you, and I hope I hope that you get a long term. If you want to get a membership, I would love it. And we already got a couple new ones. What up, Eduardo? But at the end of the day, we're going to go talk about the Bible and some other things about life, a little bit of motivation. So if you don't want to hear that shit, you don't have to. But if you do, I would love for you to be there. We will be still covering some other stuff. Other than that, though, should be back around Power Hour, but we are starting a little late. So we will see. But other than that, my friends, is that the video link? I think so. So I will see you there. It'll take you there, but there is the link. And God bless you all. And be on the lookout. Like I said, be on the lookout for those headlines and earnings after the bell. I will be live. We'll be there for everybody. So good luck. God bless America. And peace.